To introduce you to a little warm-up. It's called Waking Up the Chi. There are hundreds and hundreds of little warm-up routines that you can do. This is just one that I do. I learned this from one of the masters out of Indonesia. He was up here for a while and showed us this. It's very easy. So first you would warm your hands, lots of chi, lots of heat in the hands. Then you would rub your forehead vigorously 12 times. Then rub the mouth and chin vigorously 12 times. Then you take the middle fingers, put them on the side of the nose, and you would up and down vigorously 12 times. Then you take the middle finger, right hand on the cheek, middle finger on the bridge of the nose, and then also pressing against the forehead. Okay, do that vigorously 12 times. Rotate, massage the face 12 times. Go to the temples, do this 12, 15, 18 times. Okay, then you, between the first two fingers, put them between the ear, press, rub vigorously 24 times. Okay, shake off any chi that might have come to the surface. Now we take the side of the first knuckle, okay, and we're going to, you see that? We're going to go to the top of the ear and press as hard as we can, okay, and do this. Make a circular motion, pressing as hard as you can, 12 times to the top of the ear. Go to the middle of the ear, do the same thing, okay, hard as you can, and go to the bottom, same thing, hard as you can, okay. Flick off any chi. Now we're going to grab the top of the ear and we're going to hold it as hard as we can and twist the ear and pull. And we're going to do that 12 times. Then you're going to go to the middle, do the same thing, twist and pull. Okay. Then we go to the bottom, do the same thing. Pull as hard as you can. Flick off any chi. Then we're going to use our fingertips. Thumb is along the side of the head, and we're going to stimulate and massage the the meridians and nerves in the head. We do this maybe 6 times. Don't use your fingernails, just the tips of your fingers. Okay. After that, we tap. Don't use your fingernails. Be sure you just use the pads of your fingers. So we go to the top, come back of the neck. Side, go to the top, back of the neck. And you do that 3 or 4 times. Then we slap the back of the neck 12 times. Other side, 12 times. Make a fist, back of the shoulders, 12 times. Other side, back of the shoulders, 12 times. Now, we slap, going down, come up, go down, come up. Do this 2 or 3 times. We come across, slap, down, turn the hand over, come up, and you do this again 2 or 3 times. Lift the arm up, we slap up and down for 12 times. You can use your fist. You do this for 12 times. Move to the other side, again, either slap or use your fist, 12 times. Now we tap upper part of the chest and this kidney. And we tap 12 times. Not too hard, but definitely not soft. A little bit of effort. Leave the mouth open. Part the lips, and let the pressure just move in and out by itself, because you're building up pressure in the body, inside the body. Just let the pressure flow in and out. So keep the mouth, lips slightly parted. We do this 12 times. Move to the other side of the kidney. Do this 12 times. Now we move the hips. Do this 12 times. We move to the front. If you have a button, move the button over with the bottom of the fist there. And we're going to strike 36 times. Leave the mouth open, leave the throat open, and you'll make a natural sound. Inhale when you need to inhale. So 36 times. Then we slap the back, back of the neck, back of the neck, back of the butt, down, inside, up. And that's it. You can, if you want, when you finish, you can use this as a warm down and use this. Okay, so I'm going to perform this now, this warm-up routine, this waking up the chi routine. If you want to follow along and see what it is. Okay. Takes about 4 minutes maybe, something like that, 4 minutes, give or take. That's a nice warm-up, okay? You can do that any exercise that you want to warm up to. This is pretty good. It's called waking up the chi, and that's what we're doing. Just as a side note, you'll see some people, they'll use a bamboo whisk, like a whisk you use in the kitchen. It has bamboo strands, and they and you can do that. Some people like that. Then there's the martial intent, where people use a whisk, but it's made out of metal rods, flexible metal rods, and they ba 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 ba, and that's called the iron shirt. And you're trying to really bring that that martial chi up around. Okay, you toughen the skin a little bit, and you toughen everything up. I don't recommend that. We're doing nothing that we do here in this video is martial. We're not, no martial intent whatsoever. So we're not doing any martial intent here. So that's it. Okay. Cheers. Good morning. In this section, I will be giving the details to the 5 elements that we feel make the DogaHayGung breathing system unique. Not special, but unique. Now, please keep in mind, I will not be repeating any of these details in any other sections. Now, for the record, the formal name for this breathing system is DogaYuanShanShirt. DogaYuanShanShirt translates into Taoist life nurturing techniques. John Ho would not forgive me if I did not mention that. Now, almost 50 years ago, when I first met and began to study with Professor Chiu, he introduced this breathing system to me as DogaHayGung. Now, DogaHayGung is a generic Cantonese term that roughly translates into Taoist breathing exercises. So this is the term I have always used. So if you would like to find this video project or any videos I have done or will do in the future, please look under the DogaHayGung spelling. Okay? Now, what are these 5 elements that we feel make the system as a whole unique? Number 1 is the nose. Number 2 is the belt. Number 3, rising up on the toes. Number 4, the beginning breath. And number 5, the balancing breath. Number 1, the nose. So throughout the 36 postures of this first routine, the majority, not all, but the majority of breathing is done by inhaling evenly and strongly through the nose, and when it is time to exhale, exhaling vigorously through the nose. Okay, simple enough. Number 2, the belt. Please look at this short video clip of John Ho. This is the belts.
Okay. In the old days, they wear a sash, I guess, like not a belt. And modern days, we use a belt. I start using belts like this, and after a while, you start snapping them. In fact, you know, you make it real tight, and basically just the belt just ripped. So I decided to go with one of those weightlifting belt. And the first one I had only had a single buckle, and that got ripped too. So I got this a few years back. Now this has got the double one, and with the double holes, and as you can see, it starts stretching out, wearing out a little bit, but it's not going to break this one. This one is fine, but I think eventually it's going to get worn out. Like this one, Lois has. See, you can notice that it's already start ripping. So you can wear anything as long as you make your waist real tight to be able to keep the chi in your dantian.
Okay. Okay. So as you see, John prefers the big weightlifter's belt. I prefer a belt of this size. So the belt can be of any size. It doesn't make any difference. The only thing you should know about the belt is it should be one piece of 100% leather. There should be no stitching. Stitching makes the belt very rigid, and as you move and breathe in the routine, the body will get warm, and in turn the belt will get warm, the leather will get warm and expand, which is what we want. It'll just expand slightly. You will want to add a number of holes, not just one or two, but perhaps 4 to 6. And the spacing should be approximately 1 centimeter to 3/8 of an inch apart. So approximately 1 centimeter or 3/8 of an inch in spacing. A 1/2 inch in spacing is far too wide, and anything smaller you have to be careful because you don't want the holes to rip into each other. All right. The belt fits in a natural location that will have the belt covering the navel / belly button. So the belt might be slightly above the belly button or covering the belly button. Everybody's different, okay, but that's the general area. At no time should the belt ever cause any discomfort or pain. Zero discomfort, zero pain. If there is any discomfort or pain, it could be the belt is in the wrong location, or more likely, the belt is too tight. In that case, simply loosen the belt up. Or perhaps you have some sort of medical condition and you should have that looked into. The buckle for the belt should be on the side. The buckle will just be in the way if it's in the front. Now, the lower dantian. The body naturally stores and accumulates chi in the lower dantian. From there, the chi will migrate upwards, nourishing the middle and upper dantians, then moving throughout the body, nourishing the entire body. So, as we do the routine, we will be building up more and more and more chi into the lower dantian. The purpose of the belt is to secure that chi. An abundance of chi in the lower dantian cannot be contained without a belt. There you go. Number 3, rising up on the toes. Now, I have incorporated this rising up on the toes from the Wittaya breathing system, Wittaya. And when you rise up on the toes, what happens is you are stimulating and activating the meridians, nerves, and acupressure points on the feet. Now, for our purposes, you are also further opening the acupressure point called the bubbling wells. In Chinese, it's called the Yong Quan acupressure point. So this is here when you when you scrunch your toes, there's an indentation. See that? It's about the size of the pad of your finger, perhaps your thumb. It's on both feet. And the bubbling wells is one of the gateways that the body has that brings in chi. So the bubbling wells is our direct connection to the earth, and that's how earth energy enters the body. That's the main way. primarily the rising up on the toes is done during the beginning breath and the balancing breath. So it's done while we're inhaling. So as you inhale through the nose and rise up on the toes, this further opens the bubbling wells, and this allows ever more earth energy to enter the body. When we come down off the toes and we have finished inhaling through the nose, we slightly scrunch the toes, and that will restrict chi from just flowing back out. So we want to accumulate as much chi as possible. Now, you don't have to rise up on the toes. John Ho does not. And what he does is he just stays flat-footed. And as he's inhaling through the nose, he will spread his toes slightly. That will further open the bubbling wells, allowing that much more earth energy to come in. And when he's finished inhaling, he simply scrunches the toes slightly, and that will restrict the chi from flowing back out. Okay, there you go. The number 4 is the beginning breath. Now, the beginning breath is done at the beginning of each and every posture. So please take a look at this short video clip of Professor Chan and John Ho performing the beginning breath. And what I would like you to do is listen to see if you can hear when they swallow their saliva and breath at the same time into the dantian. And the dantian?
Dantian, swirl dantian. Dantian, the main descender. Center, the counter is the gong. What did you say?
Okay. So what's going on? So first, the saliva. Now, in traditional Chinese medicine, saliva is considered brothers with blood. Blood, saliva, brothers. Why is that? Saliva has an abundance of beneficial enzymes and bacteria, so much so and so beneficial to our health that the Chinese call it jade nectar. And as everybody knows, the Chinese highly value jade. Now, I'm not talking about phlegm. Phlegm is that thick mucus that your body wants to eject. So phlegm is that's phlegm. Get rid of it, get rid of it, get rid of it. Do not swallow it. Bad juju. Okay? So use a handkerchief, a tissue, if you're around with a bunch of people, and a little bit of discretion, and get rid of it. Don't swallow it. Okay? So I'm talking about the good stuff, saliva. So the important part to the beginning breath is the swallowing of the jade nectar, saliva, with the breath at the same time into the lower dantian. Now, to be clear, that little sound that you heard with Professor Chan and John Ho, and that you will hear from me, is not important. Don't get fixated on trying to make that sound. It's just swallowing. That's all it is. It's just the swallowing and boop, putting the putting that jade nectar and breath into the dantian. So the sound is not important whether you make the sound or not. It doesn't matter. What's important is that you swallow the jade nectar and breath at the same time into the lower dantian. All right. Now for the proper body movement. So first, be relaxed. Be relaxed. Knees are relaxed. Body's relaxed. Shoulders are relaxed. Importantly, the mind is relaxed. All right, now move the left hip. Bring the left arm out. Leave the hand here. Move the right hip. Bring the right hand over the left hand. Grab the left hand gently. Rock once, and as you see, the arms naturally come here. Now we're going to inhale through the nose as we rise up on the toes. Now, we want the breath to lift the arms. We want the breath to lift you up onto your toes. We don't want the muscles, and we don't want you to do this. We want the breath to do the work. So please put that into your visualization. All right. Left hand, right hand, rock. Inhale through the nose, come up on the toes. Come down off the toes, scrunch the toes slightly. Swallow the jade nectar and the breath into the lower dantian. Release any breath not secured in the dantian. That's the beginning breath. Left hand, right hand, rock. Inhale through the nose, come up on the toes. Come down, swallow the jade nectar, saliva, and the breath into the lower dantian. Release any breath not secured in the dantian. Now, as you see, the belt comes into play. So, as we continually do this throughout the routine, we will be accumulating ever more chi in the lower dantian. An abundance of chi cannot be contained without the belt. That is the purpose of the belt. That's why we wear the belt, to contain that buildup of chi. All right? So, the beginning breath with no blah blah. Release any breath not secured in the dantian unless otherwise instructed. And from here, we would do the next posture. That's the beginning breath. Finally, number 5, the balancing breath. The balancing breath is done at the end of each and every posture. Now, the balancing breath has 2 functions. So we've just finished whatever posture we're doing. We bring in fresh chi through the nose, and we direct that fresh chi to possibly an organ, the heart, liver, lungs, what have you, or we direct that fresh chi to a area of the body, okay, or we direct that fresh chi throughout the body as a whole. All right, this is up to you. Now, relax the knees. Now the second function of the balancing breath is to release any tension in the body that we may have picked up from the previous posture. Now, we've all been very tired and frustrated at one time or another, and the body naturally has us give a big sigh. And right away you feel this little tingling, and this little tingling is the body releasing tension. Okay, so that's what we're going to do, but it will be a little more dynamic and with intention. The balancing breath looks like this. Relax your knees. Bring in chi. Okay. Inhale through the nose. Come up on the toes. Now, once again, it is the breath that is bringing the arms up. It is the breath that is lifting you up on your toes. It is not your muscles, it is not you. It is the breath doing the work. Please keep this in your visualization. Looks like this. Okay, relax the knees, squat down, gather up chi, inhale chi through the nose, this fresh chi, direct the chi into the body wherever you wish. Open the chest, no tension in the arms. Use the muscles in the chest to further open the chest. Inhale, leave the throat open. Okay, close the fingers gently. If we leave the fingers open, chi will just leak out, so we just close the fingers gently. That closes the circuit. Everything is up here. We don't drop anything. Everything stays up here. Now we come down off the toes, slightly scrunch the toes. Exhale vigorously through the nose. No tension in the arms. So there's no, not that. Just lightly close the hands and no tension. And you should feel that little tingling of release of any tension in the body. So, one more time. Gather up chi. Inhale through the nose, directing that chi where you wish. Come up on the toes. Inhale, inhale. Inhale. Close the fingers gently. Everything stays up here. We don't drop anything. Close the fingers gently. Leave the throat open. Inhale through the nose. Come down off the toes. Scrunch the toes slightly. Exhale 100% through the nose. That's the balancing breath. So now I'm going to do the balancing breath with no blah blah. And now we've released any tension in the body that we may have picked up from the previous posture. And now our body is rebalanced. And then we would continue on with the next, with the beginning breath. All right? So, so let's put this together. The nose, the belt, rising up on the toes, the beginning breath, and the balancing breath. So, relax. Left hand, beginning breath. Left hand, right hand. Rock, inhale. Release any breath not secured in the dantian. And now we perform the next posture and breathe how that posture dictates. Then, when that's finished, we take a balancing breath. Continue on, beginning breath. Release any breath not secured in the dantian unless otherwise instructed. Perform and breathe accordingly in the next posture. Then, a balancing breath. Continue with the beginning breath, then perform the posture, then the balancing breath. Beginning breath, posture, balancing breath, so on and so forth. Now, By the time you get to 36 postures, if you have been following the traditional way of adding one new posture a week, 36 postures, 36 weeks is 9 months. By the time you get to 36 postures, you will have been constantly moving, continually moving, and breathing for about an hour and 10 or an hour and 15 minutes. Now, to perform the postures 1 through 36 takes approximately 35 minutes. Depends on your rhythm. But what we do is we do it twice, not just once. So, in a morning and evening routines, should be a minimum of 1 hour. You would perform 1 through 36, and then you would repeat immediately 1 through 36 for a total of 1 hour and 10 or 1 hour and 15 minutes of continuous movement and continuous breathing. Now, every breath is accounted for. Every breath is done with intention. There are no extra breaths. Now, if you do need a break for whatever reason, you need a little more time, you need to catch your breath, whatever reason, what you would do is perform 1 or 2 extra balancing breaths. 1 or 2 extra balancing breaths, and then continue. There is no taking a break. You don't just stop and take a break for 1 or 2 minutes. No, no, no. You stay focused in the routine. Again, every posture is every breath is accounted for. Every breath is done with intention. There's no extra breathing unless you need a break. In that case, you simply perform an extra 1 or 2 balancing breaths. Okay? So, that's it. That's it for these 5 elements that we feel make the system unique. Okay, next. I'd like you to view a short video clip of Peter. Peter is Professor Chan's son. Can you do that again?
So just like spirit.
Okay, so as you see, Peter's looking good. So Peter's been practicing some form of martial arts, breathing, meditation, what have you, most of his life. So here's somebody that's in control of his body, but importantly, as you see, he's in control of his chi. He can use his chi and just play with it, okay? He can heal himself, heal others if he so wished. When it comes to martial arts, Peter likes playing with the long Chinese spear that has the red tassels on the end, where the spearhead goes wing, 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 wing. Peter likes that. So if you were to see Peter practicing, you would see, and you would see that chi go right to the tip of that spear. So you want to control your chi. Now, in the DogaHayGung Breathing-System, there is no martial intent. Martial intent can be very heavy. We don't want that. Our only concern, our only intention is health and well-being. That's it. Health and well-being. We want it to have a lightness, a lightness to us, a lightness to our mind, okay, and a lightness to everything around us. So there you go. I'll be What will I be doing? I will be giving the details to each and every posture in the upcoming sections. So, I'll see you then. Okay. Good morning. Okay, so I'll be giving the details for the first 10 postures of the first routine of 36 postures for the DogaYuanShanShirt, also called the DogaHayGung Breathing-System. So before I start, a couple of things to note. Always leave the throat open. Never close off the throat. So no matter how much air that you take in, and you have to hold that, you just keep the pressure up. That's all. Leave the throat open. Keep the anus closed. Be conscious of that. And pay attention to the feet. The first posture, the monkey, cleanse and revitalize the liver. So the monkey looks like this. And you would repeat that twice in your routine. Now, what are we doing? Okay. In this posture, as well as the second posture, the bear, we exhale through pursed lips. Shh, that's pursed lips. Shh. We exhale vigorously, and what that does, you see that builds up pressure in the torso. If you don't exhale vigorously, no pressure. We exhale vigorously to build up pressure in the torso. In turn, depending on the posture of the body, that will put pressure on either the kidneys or the liver. Okay? So the idea is we want that pressure from pushing out, and then we want the external pressure, which would be from the elbows and the hips, which are always moving forward, the liver to be squeezed between that, being squeezed like you can visualize a sponge. All the old chi, bad juju, is being squeezed out as you expel that old chi, maybe in the form of a mist. So we start the monkey with a beginning breath. Toe in the feet, bring the knees together, hips forward. From a side position, hips are forward, okay? Arms come around, elbows on the liver, arms are parallel to the ground, and then we pushing in with the hips pushing forward. When you're finished, bring the feet back to their original position and finish with a balancing breath. Okay? So I'm going to do this as you would do it in the form 3 times. I'll do a 3/4 angle so you can see everything, the feet, the knees, the hips. Okay? There we go. Something you need to keep in mind is that as we shh, the waist does not deflate. So we're not shh like that. We keep the waist full by using the muscles. Okay, that's important. That was the monkey. Number 2 is the bear. The bear is to cleanse and revitalize the kidneys. Same principle as the liver, but we do it in a different position. So the bear looks like this. The bear. Okay, what are we doing? We start with a beginning breath. Move either to the right or the left. Release any breath not secured in the dantian. Take a half step. Kneel down. Front foot is flat. Back foot heel up. Now we've just released any breath not secured in the dantian. So now we inhale again through the nose into the kidneys. And once you've done that, wrap your arms around your knees. The body stays in this position. It doesn't collapse in any way. And we pull forward. And this action of pulling forward, you must keep the back straight in order to activate the these muscles surrounding the kidney area. If you round your shoulders and do this, you activate these muscles up here, nothing happens. So we finish that exhale, and as you're exhaling again, you visualize old chi, bad juju being expelled from the kidneys. You visualize the kidneys like a sponge being squeezed, and all of that old chi is coming out as you exhale. Then we relax for a moment. We inhale again through the nose into the kidneys, and this time we swallow. We swallow the nectar and the breath. We do not exhale, just inhale and swallow. And again. When you finish, return to the original position. Finish with a balancing breath, bringing in fresh chi and rebalancing the body. And that's it. Again, when we're in this position, we don't allow the waist to deflate like this. No. Again, we keep the waist full by using the muscles. And from a front position, when we're pulling, nothing collapses. So the knees don't collapse. You always keep this space and pull, and that's it. Okay. I'll do this one more time. Number 2, the bear. Okay. Next is the dragon, number 3. So the dragon is in 2 parts, and this is for the heart. The first part is to just relax the heart, take pressure off of the heart, and the second half of the dragon is to massage the heart. So that starts with a beginning breath. Release any breath not secured in the dantian. Open the hands. Inhale 1 time, going up. Close the fingers. Inhale again, coming down. Now we're going to open the mouth. We're going to release all the breath. Arms are in a wide V, not like this, like this. Mouth is open. We release. We slightly lift the arms, and this lifts the rib cage and the shoulders off of the heart, so the heart is floating. You look up into the sky, the trees. You don't inhale, you just release. Relax. Then inhale again, going down. Then repeat. We do that for a total of 3 times. When you finish, you take a balancing breath, bringing in fresh chi, and you start again with a beginning breath. Release any breath not secured in the dantian. Inhale. Close the fingers lightly. Inhale again. So now we're going to do the same thing but with voice. So be sure that your throat is clear. Like this. When you finish, close the fingers. Inhale, coming down. And repeat. And repeat for a total of 3 times. Okay? So it's 3 times. And when you finish, you take a balancing breath, bringing in fresh chi, rebalancing the body. Okay? So that's the dragon. So I'll do that now. Clear that throat. Okay? Now, when we do the voice, oh, you don't want the mouth too wide or too small. Ah, ooh, oh. You want a deep resonance, so you want to feel a vibration in the breastbone that migrates all the way out to your fingers. Again, lift the arms just slightly, lifting the shoulders and the rib cage, and the heart is floating. Now it's getting a massage, which is very nice for the heart. Keep your eyes open when you look up, because that's very relaxing, whether you're looking, you happen to be under some trees or the sky, the clouds. It's very relaxing. The heart likes that, and you like that. It's just that much more sabai. Okay, next is number 4, the tiger. The tiger is for eliminating phlegm, believe it or not, and strengthening the lungs. It's an excellent exercise. And this is done 3 times in your routine. So the tiger looks like this. And you do that again, a total of 3 times. So what am I doing? Okay, you start with a beginning breath. Release any breath not secured in the dantian. Open up your fingers, inhale through the nose, turn the fingers around and make tiger claws with a tension. Inhale again. And then leap forward. And you extend yourself forward, and the heels are up. Your mouth is open, and you want all the air, all the breath to leave. So you stay there and until 100% of the breath is gone and your lungs are being squeezed or collapsing. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze until 100% of the breath is gone. Then you step back, open the fingers, inhale through the nose, tiger claws, inhale again through the nose, leap forward, releasing. Okay? So, to me that seems very straightforward. So I'm going to do this for you in real time. So there you go. Many times when I'm by myself, I'll just leap forward 3 times. And when I do these 10 postures together in real time, in the next section, I'll do that. I'll start over here and leap forward 3 times for your viewing enjoyment. That was number 4, the tiger. Number 5. Number 5 is called the turtle. And in the turtle, there's tension in the neck, and this tension activates and stimulates the nerves and acupressure points as well as the meridians in the neck. Also, the brain becomes refreshing the brain. Okay. So we start with a beginning breath. Release any breath not secured in the dantian. So, once again, start with a beginning breath. Toe in the feet, bring down the knees. Remember, the hips are going to be moving forward. Little tension here with the fists there, and then we release any breath not secured in the dantian. Now, we inhale, up, inhale down. Inhale up, inhale down. And we do this, we move the head 6 times. So that's a total of inhale, 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 inhale. So we inhale a total of 12 times. Okay? On the 12th time or the 6th time, when you move the head, you come back to center. Now there's tension all the while in the neck. And when you come back to this position, you keep the tension in the neck, and if you just keep the tension, notice my ears. Ears start to vibrate, the head starts to vibrate. And you hold this as long as you can. Don't exhale. Remember, more pressure coming in. Exhale. Finish with a balancing breath, bringing in fresh chi and rebalancing the body. Now, when you get to the 6th time and you keep the tension in your neck, after a few moments, the head will start to vibrate, and you'll see my ears vibrate. The head will start to vibrate. So it's important that you do not consciously try to vibrate your neck. You don't do anything. Okay? You just keep this tension, and it'll start to vibrate all by itself. So you keep inhaling, you keep that pressure coming in, and it vibrates. You keep it as long as you can, and then you exhale. That's it. So I'm going to do this from the front, and when I get to the end, I'll stay here for a few moments, and then I'm just going to turn to the side so you can get a side view. All right? So important is that when we're in this position, we've toed in the feet, we brought the knees together. When we're in this position, that this is our position. It's not this. Okay? We want to keep the hips. You see that? We want to keep the hips forward and moving forward. So there's pressure, and there's some pressure from the fist. Not a lot of pressure, just a little bit of pressure. And then we do our exercise. Okay? Remember, not this. Anytime you toe in the feet, bring the knees together. Hips are always moving forward. And the resistance is usually your elbows or your fists. Okay. So I'll start in the front, and then I'll move to the side. Finishing with that balancing breath, bringing in fresh chi, rebalancing the body. That's the turtle. Inhale only. Inhale 12 times. Only inhale, only exhale at the very end. Number 6 is the eagle. Now the purpose of the eagle is to open the hole in the diaphragm that allows chi and nectar to pass through the diaphragm into the dantian. Okay? So it's not a physical hole. There are 3 holes in the diaphragm that I understand, and first is the esophagus, and 1 is for each heart artery. So I visualize it more as like a filter, something like you know those cotton cloth coffee filters, those long ones, and it's on a wire loop, and you pour in your coffee, and the coffee drains out. That visual works for me, although you know the diaphragm isn't elongating at all, but it's you want to see a portion of the diaphragm is very porous. So when you swallow the nectar and the the breath, it just goes in there instantly. There's no hesitation. Doesn't take any time. It's just instantaneous. So what we're doing is we want to open this. We want to further make it porous, if you will, for this chi to move back and forth. Now, it's not just one way. In the exercise, we're just going one way. But normally, if you're not wearing the belt, and as you know, the purpose of the belt is to secure and retain an abundance of chi in the dantian. But if you had no belt and you had an abundance of chi, or when you take off the belt and you still have an abundance of chi, chi will migrate upward through the diaphragm, and it'll migrate upward to the other 2, the middle and the first dantians. So it's a 2-way street, if you will. Okay, I'm going to do this from the side. We start with a beginning breath. Release any breath not secured in the dantian. Inhale once. Fingers open. Close the fingers lightly to close the circuits. Bend over. Extend yourself. And then you visualize the chi, and you visualize this opening further becoming porous. You hold this for a few moments. Then we open the fingers. Inhale again. 1 time, come down. Visualize that what we just inhaled going through that porous membrane. Open up the fingers, inhale for a 3rd time. Come down. And again, visualize this, the diaphragm muscle membrane becoming porous and the chi readily moving through it. You can imagine this, you can visualize this 1 way or 2 ways, it makes no difference. The focus is the opening in the diaphragm. There's no tension in the hands, okay, there's no fist, there's no tension anywhere. This is just a position. We close the fingers just to close that circuit. When we're through, we've inhaled 3 times, no exhale. Now we exhale, finishing with a balancing breath, bringing in fresh chi, and rebalancing the body. Okay, so I'm going to do this 1 time, number 6. Eagle. So you might want to close your eyes. By closing the eyes, there's no visual distractions. And I close my eyes quite a bit. It's easier for visualization. Okay, number 7. Number 7 is the hawk. All right. Okay. Function of the hawk is to put chi into the vital region between the diaphragm and the heart on one side, and then put chi into the same vital region between the heart and the diaphragm on the other side. So we do it one at a time. So we start with a beginning breath, but the beginning breath for the hawk is slightly different. We start like this. Swallow the nectar in the breath into the dantian. Turn. Release any breath not secured in the dantian. Extend the arm forward, not straight. Have a nice soft bend in the arm. Extend it forward just slightly, just very slightly. We're not stretching. And what this does is this opens up this area. So the torso is parallel to the ground. The arm is in line with our torso. And now we inhale through the nose into this region. We don't come up all the way. We keep a slight angle like this. We hold this for a few moments. And then we move to the other side. Same thing. Inhale through the nose. Hold this for a few moments. And then we move to the other side. We do that a total of 6 times, inhaling only. No exhaling till the end. At the end, number 6, you simply return to the original position. Exhale everything. Finish with a balancing breath, bringing in fresh chi, rebalancing the body. Okay, I rather like this one myself. Okay, so one more time. Number 7, the hawk. Watch my feet, how my feet move, especially this one. Might be different from you, but you want your turns to be smooth as possible. Okay. Okay. number 8. Number 8 is chi into the forelimbs. Okay. Number 8, chi in the forelimbs. Start with a beginning breath. Turn to the right. Release any breath not secured in the dantian. You will notice my toes are up. My foot is not up. My toes are up. When the toes come up, this further opens the bubbling wells, which I spoke of earlier. This allows ever more chi from the earth to come in to this side of your body. So the toes are up. We have tiger claws with tension in the fingers. We keep our gaze on the hand. Now we inhale, and we hit the soft spot here. Inhale. Inhale again. Inhale down, strike the leg, stimulating the leg. Turn the hand over. Inhale. Hit the leg again, stimulating. Okay. Inhale. Turn the hand over. Come forward. The toes, crunch the toes a little bit. That closes the bubbling wells. Exhale through the nose. So all this chi is now coming out. Okay? Exact same thing on the other side. I'll perform this one more time. Finish with a balancing breath, bringing in fresh chi. Okay, so you've got tension in the fingers, so there's a little bit of tension here, but the focus is the tension on the fingers. Okay, and that's what you're doing. You're imagining that all the chi is coming in because the toes are up. Are coming in, filling up the leg, inhaling, chi is coming in, any extra chi is going into the leg, and when you finish, all the chi, okay, don't be so stiff, relax, keep the body supple. Okay, number 9. Number 9 is putting chi into the body, into the torso, upper body. This is called the horse, number 9. Rainy season, 10,000% humidity. Okay. Okay, so the number 9, riding the horse, bringing chi into the upper body. Okay. Start in a horse, and the beginning breath is different. It looks like this. We inhale, swallow the nectar and breath into the dantian. Release any breath not secured in the dantian. Now, open the hand, and we inhale, and we're bringing chi in. Okay, so the hand is not like this. Okay, it's a little bit of a cup with a little bit of tension. Not so much tension that you can go and chop down a tree. Just a little bit of tension. And remember, not like this, but a little cup, because this is the Lao Gong, and this is where chi comes in and out of the body. So inhale, grab the chi, bring it back, put it into the torso. Again, bring in chi, and you grab it, put it into the torso. Now you gather chi, put it into the torso. Now we gather chi from the heavens, put it into the torso, upper body. Inhale again, gathering chi, put it into the back. Only inhale, no exhale. Gather chi, inhale, put it into the side. Other hand, inhale, gathering chi, put it into the other side. Inhale again, gathering chi, put it into the torso. And at this point, you relax, you feel the chi in your body, and you hold this for a count of maybe 5 or 10 or whatever is comfortable. And then you exhale everything. Come back to your original position. Take a balancing breath, bringing in fresh chi, rebalancing the body. Okay. As a side note, when you do this, your number is 8 breaths in this one. 8 breaths, no inhale, no exhale. 8 inhalations. When you come on the 8th one, and you're finished, and you exhale, okay, you can just stay in this position, in this horse position. Arms and fingers are like this. And if you sit here for 2 to 3 minutes, it's excellent exercise for the legs. And then you can come up, do your balancing breath, and continue. I'll do this one more time. Yep. See what happens? Not paying attention. Okay. Number 9, riding the horse. Okay. That's a good one. They're all good. Okay, number 10. Number 10 is middle breathing. Looks like this. Tighten up the belt when necessary. As your body gets warmer, the belt gets warm and starts to stretch. That's why you have a lot of little holes, many little holes. So periodically be sure the belt is at the tightness you wish. Okay, middle breathing. The purpose of middle breathing is to stimulate and activate the meridians, nerves, acupressure points in this area. That's all it is. It's just that. When we exhale using these muscles. Okay? So, middle breathing starts with the beginning breath. Lean forward, extend. We release any breath that's not secured in the dantian. Now we inhale strongly through the nose. Bring the heads level. All the air is here. Drop it. Now we're not dropping it into the dantian per se. We're dropping it into the entire area. We drop the chi, then we lean and extend forward again, and then we exhale from here using these muscles. Then we go to the other side. Inhale again. Straighten the head. Drop. Extend. Exhale. By the numbers it would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Do that for a total of 6 times, 3 times on each side. Come back to the center. Finish with a balancing breath, bringing in fresh chi, rebalancing the body. Okay, that seems to be fairly straightforward. Okay, watch my movement. You want your movement to be as smooth as possible. Number 10, middle breathing. Okay. So this is the first 10 postures of the first routine. Now, by this time, you have been practicing for 10 weeks. 1 posture per week. All right? So now, after 10 weeks, we've got 10 postures. And if you do the postures one after the other continuously, that's about 12 or 13 minutes. So now I want you to stop. Don't add any more postures, and for the next 3 weeks, you practice these 10 postures. You practice them twice. You do them 1 through 10, and then repeat 1 through 10. So that's about 25 minutes, depending on your rhythm. And that's a good start. So just focus on those first 10 for about 3 weeks. Just relax into it. Calm down. Calm down. Relax your body. Everything's relaxed. Try not to get tense. Keep your body relaxed, especially your mind. Don't tense up your mind. And 3 weeks will give you enough time just to relax. Feel good about the whole thing. and then you move on to the next number 11. I've just given you the details for the first 10 postures. Now I'm going to perform the first 10 postures in real time, and this is just to give you an idea of what the the flow, the rhythm should be like. Now everybody will have a slightly different rhythm. This takes me approximately 12 minutes, 13 minutes, something like that. I'm going to do everything from the same angle, and so I'm going to use this angle. I think that works. 3/4 angle. Okay. First 10 postures of the first routine of 36 postures. Always start any routine, whether it's 10 postures, 20, 15, all 36, always begin with 3 balancing breaths. Okay? So that's like supercharging. So the balancing breath is also called opening the door. So you begin with 3 balancing breaths. When you finish your routine, as you will see after I do the 10, I will also finish with 3 balancing breaths. So this is, anytime you begin a routine or finish a routine, you begin and finish with 3 balancing breaths, okay? Number 1, monkey. Number 2, bear. Number 3, dragon. Number 4, tiger. Number 5, turtle. Number 6, eagle. Number 7, hawk. Number 8, 4 limbs. Number 9, riding the horse. Number 10, middle breathing. Okay, so there you go. That's what the first 10 should look like, one after the other. Try to keep in mind there's no extra breaths in between. So if you need an extra breath, you take a balancing breath, but there's no taking a break. Don't do that. If you do one a week, one posture a week, then your body will adjust, your lungs. Something to keep in mind is that as you go along, especially for the first few weeks, because you should be doing this, each posture in the morning and evening but you start off with 1 or 2 postures. Say you're on number 3, you should be doing those 10 times. Okay, 10 times each in the morning, 10 times each in the evening, or more. Okay, so after a week or 2, you'll find yourself feeling very fatigued, and you won't know why. But the internal organs are no different than your muscles. When they're not used to something, it takes them a while to build up, and so you may need a break. And when I say take a break for 1 day, 2 days, or 3 days. Just relax. The exercises aren't going anywhere. If you look at them as your friends, these are your true friends. Whether it's yoga, qigong, whatever it is, meditation, these are your true friends. These are always sitting there somewhere, waiting patiently for you. They don't judge you. They're just there for you. So they're not going to go anywhere. So rest when you need the rest, complete rest, and then start again. Okay. So that's it for now. Okay. Good morning again. In this section, I'm going to be demonstrating postures 11 through 20 for the first routine of 36 postures. And before I begin, I'd like to remind you a couple of things. Remember, the majority, not all, the majority of breathing is inhaling through the nose, evenly, strongly, exhaling through the nose, vigorously. Number 2, keep the throat open throughout the posture. So if the throat is closed at any point, I will tell you. Other than that, you just keep the throat open at all times. And there you go. Number 3, the anus. And I forgot to mention in the previous section, for the women it would also be the anus and the vagina. So you want to keep those closed. The whole perineum area, anus, perineum, vagina area, is the same on both men and women. And if you exercise every day, whether you're a young person or an old person, nobody exercises this area, these muscles. And if you're an office worker or you're sitting all day, that's your job, sitting all day, these muscles become weak. And as you age, these muscles become weak. And what happens is chi leaks out. So I'd like to recommend a book by Daniel Reed, R-E-I-D, Daniel Reed, The Complete Guide to Qigong, Chapter 12. Take a look at the subtitles. And he has some excellent exercises in there that for men and women, and they're quite good, and I would recommend that. Feet, next, the feet. Just watch the feet. Okay, nothing. I don't think there's anything special in these about the feet in this 10. So the first posture, number 11, is energy concentration into the dantian. This is relatively simple. We just do the beginning breath 6 times without any exhaling. 6 times. Then we exhale, finishing with a balancing breath. So that looks like this. Finish with a balancing breath, bringing in fresh chi, rebalancing the body. Number 12 is chi into the hands and forearms. This also is pretty straight. They're all straightforward to me, maybe not to you. Okay, The beginning breath for this is a little different. We start here. Inhale. Swallow the nectar and the breath into the dantian. Hands on the side. Release any breath not secured in the dantian. Open the right hand. Inhale as you cross the body. So you're inhaling, bringing in chi. So you're bringing in chi from the heavens, filling up the hand and the forearm. There's no tension. There's a slight amount of tension in the hand. We're not flexing the muscle at all. No. A slight amount of tension. We don't want the hand flat like this. No, not like that. We want the hand with a little tension, so there's an indentation here. This is the Lao Gong point on each hand, and this is on the hand how chi comes into the body on the hand. If you want to use it for healing, this is how chi would go out for healing purposes. So there's a little bit of tension. Then you grab that chi, okay, close your fingers, a light fist, nothing strong, and bring it back. Open up the other hand, inhale, bringing in chi, grab it, and then come back. Okay, be sure you keep the anus closed, and you do this a total of 6 times. Okay, and at the end, come back, inhale, there's only inhale, you exhale at the end, finishing with the balancing breath, bringing in fresh chi and rebalancing the body. So this tension in the hand is just slight tension. It's not a lot of tension, not like this. We don't want a weak hand. We don't want this. This is nothing. We want a little bit of tension. We want a hand that shows purpose. A little bit of tension. You don't want so much tension that you can go over and split a big rock. No, not like that. So it's just a little bit of tension, no flexing the muscle, nothing like that. Okay. So that looks like this. Number 12. Chi into the hand and forearms. Okay, so it's a minimum of 6 times. You can do it more if you want. And keep your eyes on your hand. Each time you keep your eyes on your hand, that your eyes will help assist bringing in that chi. Okay, keep your eyes on your hand. Number, let's see, 11, 12, 13. Number 13 is the diaphragm. So we're going to massage and stimulate the diaphragm as well as massage and stimulate the fascia. So that's the membrane that there's a membrane around each organ, has its own membrane. Connective tissue. Let's do that. There's connective tissue around the organs. So we're going to stimulate that membranes, those membranes, that membrane, as well as the diaphragm. So we're going to stimulate all that. That looks like this. Start with the beginning breath. Release any breath. Now just relax. Just breathe naturally. Put your feet underneath your shoulders. Arms are at your side. Body is straight. Head is level. And then we're going to make a light fist, nothing too strong. And we're going to lock the elbows. We're going to inhale through the nose, exhale through the nose. So we're going to inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale. And we count on the exhale. So this would be 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're going to do that for a total of 24 times. So from the side, it looks like this. Okay, lock the elbow. We don't want to do this, not like that. Lock the elbow. So the arms become pistons. Keep the head in the center. So we do not want to do this. No, not like that. Keep the legs straight. You're not locking the legs, they're just relaxed, you know. Knees are relaxed. Arms are straight. Okay, 24 times. Looks like this. Number 13, massaging the diaphragm and fascia. Finish with a balancing breath. Bringing in fresh chi. Rebalancing the body. There we go. Number, let's see, what do we got? What is it? 14. Number 14. Thyroid. So, as you might guess, we're going to exercise the thyroid. So, looks like this. Start with the beginning breath. Now again, just relax. Feet are underneath your shoulders. Arms are at your side. Arms are relaxed, they're not locked. Head is level on your shoulders. Now we're going to rise up on our toes, and as we rise up on our toes, we're going to draw up the anus. We're going to inhale slowly through the nose, all at the same time, and using the lower jaw, tense up the neck. At the same time, we're going to make a light fist. We're going to turn that light, bring the fist out a little bit and back. So out a little bit and back to here. So from the front, it looks like this. We would start with a beginning breath. Relax. When you come down, relax 100%. Open the fingers. Inhale through the nose. Lift up on the toes. Draw up the anus. Come back. Relax 100%. Inhale through the nose. Exhale through the nose. These are all soft breathing. From the side, it looks like this. Inhale, softly. Draw out the anus, come up on the toes. Hands are back. Relax 100%. Again. Relax 100%. Okay. Now when we draw back, the purpose of drawing back a little bit is that it widens this. So you just stand here like this and do this, and then you bring the hands back. You see it opens this up. All right? So we do this a total of 32 times. 10, 20, 32. Now when you are first beginning, do it 12 times. And okay? If you try to do it the first time, if you try to do it 36 times and you're aggressive, then either that night or the next day you're going to have spasms in your neck. It's all going to be sore. So this is not martial arts or anything like that. We eventually want to get to where this is your neck muscles are all used to that, and you can be aggressive. But start out not so aggressive. Start out with 12 for 1 week. The next week another 12, and then the following week another 10, 32. Okay, so I'll do 6. I'm not going to do all 32. I'm going to do 6. I'll do 3 from the front, 3 from the side. Finish with there's no exhaling, just finish with a balancing breath, bringing in fresh chi. Okay? And then when you finish, you take your fingers and do this. So what you're doing is you're just gathering any old chi that has come to the surface, and you fling it off like that. Okay? The number, I'm not good with the numbers. I keep losing track on the numbers. Okay, number 15. Number 15 is putting chi into the vital region between the heart and diaphragm. So if you remember number 7 was the hawk. So the hawk was this one. Remember that? And we were putting chi into the vital region between the diaphragm and the heart. We were doing it one side at a time. Now we're going to do it all at once to this area. All right? So we start with a beginning breath. Toe in the feet. Bring the knees together, hips forward, hands are back to back. You release any breath not secured in the dantian. Now, we want the little fingers to touch. You'll notice that if you put your hands like this, your shoulder blades are closed. But as you turn the hand and you bring the little fingers to touch, back, and your hands are back to back, this opens up the shoulder blades. So that's the purpose of that. So now we're in this position. We are ready. Now we're going to inhale through the nose, and we're going to draw in chi from the earth through the bubbling wells. We're going to draw the stomach up. Okay, so the stomach's up. At the same time, we're going to lift the anus up. So you want all this energy coming up into this area. We're going to inhale, well, we're inhaling through the nose, where chi is coming in through the lao gong points, like this, coming up to this area. Chi is coming in through the neck from the heavens to this back area. And we continue to inhale slowly, slowly. And you hold this and do this for as long as possible, inhaling only. Do not hold your breath, leave the throat open. And when you finish, return to your beginning position, exhale, finish with a balancing breath. Okay? The other thing is when you're in this position, your tongue, this thing, take your tongue, which normally, if you're a healthy person, it's always at the roof of your mouth, just behind the front teeth, okay? Top roof of your mouth, just behind it. That's normally where it rests if you're healthy. Everything is working properly. Now, when you do this exercise, drop the tongue, so now it's at the lower palate, directly behind the bottom teeth. And the purpose of that is we want to interrupt this circuit, okay? Normally the circuit goes like this in the body, goes like that, okay? But if we interrupt the circuit and we cut off the switch, drop the tongue down, then the circuit goes like this, okay? So, inhale through the neck. Okay, so I'm going to do this. We do this exercise 3 times. So I'm going to do this, I'll do it twice, facing you, and 1 time I'll do it on the side, from a side view. So in the routine, when you do the routine, we do this 3 times. Okay, so always have the hips forward. So this is your position. It's not like this. Don't get in this. This is a bad habit. Not like this. This doesn't work, okay? Although you tighten the anus and bring up the stomach, it just doesn't work. It's always like this. Hips are forward, and when you round your shoulders, you simply sink down, okay? All right. Number 16, okay. Number 16 is washing the stomach and cleansing the intestines. Now, this number 16 now goes to the head of the line. So you've been doing this for 16 weeks, 1 posture a week. And by now, your body is relatively getting it together. Okay, chi is starting to flow, okay. Breath is much more, okay. Body should be more in sync with itself, as well as your mind. So the purpose of the number 16, now you are ready for number 16. You were not ready for number 16 a week ago, 5 weeks ago. Now you're ready for it. Now you do this in the morning. After you get up, you have 1 or 2 cups of tea. Relax for a moment. You can do this either standing or sitting, all right? And you can, if you want, depends how you feel, first thing in the morning, start with a beginning breath. Now just relax. Take your fingers are stiff, put them into one side of your stomach. And we're going to do a rolling motion. So we're going to inhale the bottom of the stomach on this side, pushing in, inhale, and then we're going to exhale, pushing out. So there's resistance from the fingers. So we're not doing this. Inhale, exhale. We're not doing that. There's resistance from the fingers. So okay, we do that 18 times. Now first thing in the morning, you're not going to have the belt on, all right? So you don't wear a belt for this. So you do that 18 times on one side. Take a balancing breath. Bring it in fresh chi. And then you go to the other side, do the same thing. Inhale, in. Exhale. Inhale, in. So it's a rolling motion. In, up, in, up, in, up, out, in, up. Okay? After your 18 times, it's best to finish with 2 or 3 balancing breaths. Okay, 2 or 3 of those. Okay? That seems pretty straightforward. You should be able to figure that out. Okay, number 17 is the nose. Okay, so the nose is just that. We're going to stimulate and activate the nose and this whole area, sinuses and whatnot. So we're putting in chi, we're taking out old chi, we're stimulating all this. Okay? So this starts with a beginning breath. So move the foot in a little bit. So you'll notice that in this position, it's easy to twist or torque the knee. We don't want to do that. So you move the toes over a little bit, bend the leg and sit on it. Heel is up. We make a light fist, 2 fingers out. So now we're going to inhale. Keep your gaze on your hand. Exhale. Stop at your foot. Inhale. We do that for a total of 12 times. Then we do a balancing breath, and then again we start with a beginning breath and move to the other side and do the exact same thing. Now, keep yourself a little loose. We don't want to do this. Not like that. Looks ridiculous. Loosen up a little bit, not too much, but loosen up. See, move your body. Keep the elbow pointed back. That opens up the chest. Like that, not this. No, not that. Okay, keep the discipline. Keep it 12 times. Balancing breath, beginning breath, other side, 12 times. Okay, so I'm going to do this. This is number 17, the nose. Next is the stomach massage, number 18. So, in order to do this, and you can see what's going on, I'll do this without a shirt. Okay. Okay. This starts with a beginning breath. So we don't have the belt on. Some people use the belt, keep the belt on. Personally, I don't use the belt. You can, if you want. One thing you'll notice that by now, your body will start to adjust the dantian, your body, because of the belt. It'll get in this habit. Now, especially after a few years, you won't even need the belt. Okay? People use it all their life. Professor Chan used it all his life. But I've discovered that you can do this and it'll keep the chi. It will not keep an abundance of chi. You cannot store an abundance of chi without the belt. Okay? An abundance of chi will naturally just migrate upwards to the center dantian and the first dantian. Okay? So we start with a beginning breath. Now relax. Rub the hands together, warm up the hands. Feet are a little wide, not too much. Shoulder, about out to the shoulders. Now, put the right hand on this side of the stomach, left hand on top. We inhale, pushing the stomach in. Okay, so normally you're using the heel, okay, but the whole hand is touching the stomach. There's more force if you use the heel. So inhale, pushing the stomach in. Exhale, come around, come up. Exhale, stomach comes out. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. So we can do this slow or fast. So try to get a rhythm going, a nice rhythm. And we do this for a total of 36. 10, 20, 36 times. We finish with a balancing breath, bringing in fresh chi and rebalancing the body. Okay. I'll do this for you, number 18, the stomach massage. Just relax. Not bad today. No rain last night. A little cool, but not too much. Okay. Six. Okay, so you'll see how it gets red. So you want to press in and across. Okay, come up, press in. Although you're exhaling on top, press in, inhale. Press in as you exhale. See? What are we doing? Okay, we got chi to the toes coming up. Now, as I mentioned in the text, I wear this form-fitting top so you can see my form, my physical form. Normally I would never wear this. You want to wear loose top, loose pants, loose top, something comfortable. Not like this. Don't wear anything tight or restricting. Okay. For me personally, as I mentioned earlier, much earlier, for me, I tighten the belt where the bottom of the belt is at the belly button, the navel. So it can be either just the bottom part of the belt is just covering the navel, or it's just resting on top of the navel. Everybody's a little different this way. Okay. And as you practice, your body gets warm, the belt gets warm, so the belts should be 100% leather. No composite material, none of that, 100% leather. So the belt will expand a little bit, which is why you punched in all these little holes, and then you tighten it up when need be to whatever is comfortable for you. Okay. All right. So we're doing the chi into the toes. We start with a beginning breath. Toe in the feet. Bring the knees together. Hips forward. And then we release any breath that has not been secured in the dantian. Now we inhale, gathering up chi. The toes are gripping the ground. Gather up chi into the dantian, swallow, and push that chi down through your legs into your gripping toes. Inhale again, swallow, and push that chi down through your legs into your toes. Again, inhale, swallow, take that chi, and using your visualization, your mind, push the chi down the toes. Now, no more breathing. We just push for 3 times the chi down in the toes with no breathing. Okay? And then when we finish with that, we exhale, go back to your original position, finish with a balancing breath, bringing in fresh chi and rebalancing the body. Okay? So again, keep the hips forward, all right? So it's important that the hips are forward. We're not like this, not like this. Hips are forward. Always hips are forward, okay? Hips are tucked in. So we do this a total of 3 times in the routine. Tighten the anus, okay? As you're doing this, be sure the anus is tight. For women, this includes the vagina, okay? All this area. Okay, so I'll do this 3 times, which is what you do in the routine. You do this 3 times. We'll do 3 facing the camera, and I'll do 1 side view. Okay. Remember, your toes are gripping. So when you're doing this and you're pushing down the chi, so you visualize the chi like a water just flowing down into your toes. So when you get to the higher levels, you can just put your mind in your, you can do it at any level if you're capable. Put your mind into your feet, put your mind, wherever you put your mind, the chi will go. Keep that in mind. Okay. Okay. Next is number 20. Strengthening the dantian. So we get on the ground. If you have a hard surface, maybe get a small towel, protect your tailbone. Okay, the purpose of the strengthening the dantian is to strengthen the dantian. So, looks like this. The beginning breath is like this. Put your arms underneath your knees. Inhale. Swallow into the dantian. Release any breath not secured in the dantian. Inhale again through the nose. Go into the yoga boat position. Hold your breath. So we're striking at the belt or slightly below the belt, and we're going to strike 36 times. Now, when I say hold your breath, don't close your throat. If at all possible, always leave your throat open with more pressure coming in that's going out. And that way, if you strike too hard, at least the pressure will try to get out and should be able to get out. So when we strike, it's not like this. No. Bring the hands up, strike, up, strike, up, strike. So if you've never done this before, you might want to start with maybe 12 strikes and not very hard, and just in over a week or two build up to 36. Remember, we're inhaling, retaining the breath until we finish the 36 strikes. So here it is. Stand up, finish with a balancing breath. That's it. So when you're doing this, you should be looking at the dantian, and if for some reason your neck hurts for any reason, just look at your knees or your legs or your feet. But 36 times, and the intensity that I just showed you is the intensity that you should strive for. No more than that. So, especially for some people, they want to start wailing away, wah, wah, wah. Okay. The purpose is not to eventually have somebody put boulders and rocks on your stomach and break them with a sledgehammer. We're not doing anything like that. All we're doing is tonifying the dantian area. That's it. So if you start pounding away too much, you could actually do a little bit of damage, I suppose, because we have blood vessels there. So the intensity that I showed you is more than enough. All right? So that was number 20. Okay, now you've been doing this for 23 weeks. So this is the first 10. You stopped for 3 weeks and just repeated doing the first 10 twice morning and evening for 3 weeks. Now we're at 20, so we're about 5 months down the road. So now stop for another 3 weeks, and in the morning and evening you do the first 20 and then repeat the 20 again. Oh, nice chopper. Okay. So the first 20 should take you about 25 minutes depending on your rhythm. So doing that twice is about 50 minutes. So now we're getting up to that hour and 20 minutes that you should be doing. Eventually you'll get to that. And that's what you want. An hour in the morning minimum and an hour in the evening minimum. So by now, after 5 months, you should have started seeing changes, results in your body, in your mind, after a couple of weeks. So for me personally, every 3 months, I would just reach a different level. Okay, my body, the chemistry of my body would start to react differently, work together differently. My mind seemed to become clearer. and just observe what's happening. So for me, after about, I don't know what it was, 4 months, 5 months, something like that, 6 months, suddenly, just like that, my bowel movements started happening at 4:30 in the afternoon, not in the evening, not at night, 4:30 in the afternoon, and not at 4:29 or 4:31. It was 4:30, and at 4:30 in the afternoon, the first bowel movement of the day. And I thought that was a little odd. I said, wow, what's that? So it was just my body adjusting, changing, working together, the different parts, and reorganizing itself. So that's what's happening, not only with your body, but also mentally. So become an observer of what's going on. Don't really there's no reason to question it, you just observe. Your diet will probably change. My diet would vary. Sometimes I'd crave meat, so I'd eat meat. Sometimes I'd crave a lot more vegetables than I normally have, vegetables and fruit. Sometimes I just craved carbs, rice and potatoes and like that. So I just did followed what my body dictated. I never was one for junk food, so always had a pretty good diet. So all of that starts changing. So if you, by now, you should have a handle on what you're doing. So I would suggest, if at all possible, teach. If you really want to learn something in any depth, teach it. And when I say teach it, I mean teach it face-to-face, one-on-one. This teaching over the internet, for this type of thing, it just doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. And actually, it's quite unhealthy because you have to see the student in person and you have to observe them up close and what they're doing. Okay, hear their sounds and see what the body's doing. So if you really want to go deeper, always teach for free. And teach as many students as you can, because each student you'll have to teach differently. Not everybody learns the same way, and by teaching differently, you start having small realizations. Go, oh, this and oh, that, and oh, yes, okay. So do that. So that's it for now. I'll see you at posture 21. Okay. Good morning again. So I will be demonstrating, giving the details to postures 21 through 30 of the first routine of 36 postures. Once again, a couple things to keep in mind. Most, but not all, of the breathing is done inhale through the nose, exhale through the nose. Keep the throat open at all times. Really, at no time should you ever close the throat off. An important one is the anus for women, also with the vagina. You want to keep this whole area tight. And there are specific exercises where it's a little more important, where you use the anus to draw up energy. but it should always remain closed, all right, at all times. And feet. So as you see, I'm on the plywood this morning because it's slightly damp and it's the ground is far too cold to be in bare feet for more than just a few minutes. So we're back to plywood today. Okay. The first posture is number 21. That's called the ear exercise or the sky drum. So what we're going to do is we're going to flick our index finger off our middle finger on the back of the head. Okay, and this is why they call it the drum. So first we warm up the hands. Want to be sure that they're nice and warm, lots of chi. Okay, we start with a beginning breath. Inhale. Hold it. You put the hands, the ears are in the palm of the hand, and you flick the middle finger, the index finger off the middle finger. So it's about this area here. Some people, they for some reason it's a little lower for them. They like that. Other people it's a little higher. Okay? But when you put your ears in your palms and just bring your hands over towards the back crown part of your head, that's the natural position. So we hold the breath and we do that for 36 to up to 52 times. And then we finish with a balancing breath. So should look something like this. I'll move around when I'm doing this so you can see the various angles. Now inhale. So this one should seem obvious. Stimulates the meridians, okay, and any acupressure points in the head, as well as stimulating the brain. So there's a small vibration that now is going inside your head, and the brain is feeling that, and the brain likes it. So that's stimulating the brain as well as the meridians, acupressure points around the scalp. So you hold the breath as long as you can. If you can't hold it for 36, then that's okay. You do 20, and then eventually you'll be able to. And the idea is to get to 52 if you can. All right? That's number 21. Number 22. So this is the 3 breaths. So here we're going to put our beginning breath in the dantian, and then we're going to put breath in the lungs, and then we're going to put breath in the back area. So we're learning to compartmentalize compartments. So we got 1, 2, 3, and we want to keep those separate. So this is the idea. In your mind, you visualize These are completely separate entities, if you will. And then we exhale with the sound of sh, and we do one at a time. So we start with the beginning breath. So now we're releasing that breath that's not secured in the dantian. Next, we inhale into the lungs. Next, toe in the feet, bring the knees together, hips forward, back of the hands, little fingers touching. Now we inhale into the back. Squeeze the anus, squeeze it, draw it up. Okay, and we hold this for just a few moments, and then we releasing breath that was stored in the back. Now, releasing breath from the lungs, and then finally, releasing breath from the dantian. Okay, I'll do this one time. So remember, we're not like this. This is tucked in. We're tucked in. So I'll do this from the side. Number 22, 3 breaths. Finish with a balancing breath. There you go. So the next one is the exciting one. So now, number 23, we're going to do the same thing, but we're going to release the breath through the skin, or dissipate it throughout the body, so at the end of the exercise everything you took in is gone. There should be nothing there, so you should be able to inhale, not exhale. So this takes quite a bit of work. So this particular exercise you would have to do 4, 5, 10 times every day and for a long period of time in order to really accomplish this. So this takes a lot of focus. You have to be very calm, a little bit of meditation, that helps. That counting the pulse, breathing exercise I mentioned in the in the previous section. So keep in mind that some of these exercises you do have to repeat them a lot, more than others. Okay, if you want to be successful in their purpose. So this is all up to you. If the exercise isn't that interesting to you, and you just want to do it once or twice, and then you're just not interested. Okay, but as long as you do it in some form. So, again, I'll do this from the side. This is the 3 breaths, exhaling or dissipating the breath, chi, throughout the body or skin. So you can see from my balancing breath through my inhale that it wasn't very big, because why? Because I still had breath in me. It had not all dissipated out. So that's how that works. So that would take some time for me to get back into it. So what we're doing is, once we've stored all the breath, dantian, lungs, back. Now we want to dissipate. First we start with the lungs, and we visualize the breath, the chi, the energy being dissipated out, okay, either throughout the body and or outside the body. Then we clench the toes, grip the toes, push the chi from the dantian down into the feet. All right. And if you want to put it back in the earth, you can do that. And then we do what's called the monkey pump. And now we're pushing chi out, breath, chi, energy out. And you relax. And you should be able just to inhale. Okay, there shouldn't be a lot of breath to exhale. So this takes a little bit of time, but it's not impossible. You know, it's not impossible. I'll do it one more time. So you see again, I hadn't dissipated everything. There was still a good amount in there because my intake for the balancing breath was quite short actually. But it takes time.
One breathing on the lung, second breathing on the dantian, swallow the dantian, second, third breathing on the shoulders. Go out. Go out the lung. Go out. Go out. Close. Close that. Sit there. Go out. Dantian. Good. Okay. So go out.
Number 24, moving the energy up and down. So this starts with a beginning breath. So you would inhale. Release any breath not secured in the dantian. Put your fist, light fist, like this, left on top, turn it over. Now we inhale slowly, softly, as we draw the chi back up. So now we go back down, and at the same time we swallow, putting the chi back down into the dantian. Inhale again. Chi back up, now back down, swallow. Then we do that 2 more times. Okay. Inhale only, no exhale. Turn to the right. Inhale. Put the hands back together, left on top. Exhale from here. Turn. Inhale. Hands back together, left on top. Back to center. Now, one more time. Inhale again, no exhale. Move the chi back down as you swallow. Finish with a balancing breath. Okay. Okay, I'll do this in real time. Okay. Number 25 is the ligament and tendon exercise. Very straightforward. So we start with a beginning breath. Put the thumbs inside the fingers. Now, we've released any breath not secured in the dantian. Now we're going to squeeze the fist 12 times. And with each squeeze, at the same time, we're going to inhale just a little bit. So it'll look something like this. Okay, so you hold it, squeeze as tight as you can for a count of 2 or 3. Release, small inhalation, squeeze, and for a count of 2 or 3. Okay, then release and do it again, combination of 12 times. Then we exhale, take a balancing breath, another beginning breath, release any breath not in the dantian, and go back. And it's the same thing, small inhalations, 12, squeezing the hand 12 times. So inhale, you hold it for a count of, say, 3, relax, inhale again, relax, inhale again, at 12 times. You do that, exhale, take a balancing breath, bringing in fresh chi. Again, another beginning breath. Release any breath not in the, secured in the dantian. Now we're in the front. Exact same thing. Inhale, short breath, and squeeze. Hold it for a count of 3, release, inhale. You finish. Finish with a balancing breath. Bringing in fresh chi and rebalancing the body. Okay. So the tendon ligament exercise looks something like this. So what we're doing is we're not only strengthening the the ligaments and the grip and the muscles, because you're also flexing this, but we're also activating any meridians, stimulate any meridians, any acupressure points in the hands. Okay, we're doing all of that. So in your visualization, include all of that. Activation, stimulation. Okay, this is how your hand is. Looks like this. Okay. There you go. So when you bend over, whatever you're doing, okay, extend out. Okay, don't be slouched like this. Don't do that. You're extending out. Extend out. Always make yourself as long as possible. I think there's one where you try to make yourself shorter, but mostly make yourself long. The crab slap. So this steadies, the purpose of the crab slap is to steady the chi and balance the energy. That's the purpose. This is relatively simple. We start with a beginning breath. Now just relax. Okay. Or actually, no, don't relax. Sorry. We're just release any breath not secured in the dantian, and then we keep this. And then we inhale, bringing in chi. Elbows are pointed out. Leave the throat open, and we're going to exhale through the nose. Again. Okay. We're going to do that 6 to 12 times. So, okay, we're balancing the chi, balancing the energy in the body. It steadies the chi, is what it does. And when you first begin, don't get carried away. Don't do that. People have been known to hurt themselves. So, older you are, the more careful you should be. So what this does, besides steadying the chi and balancing the energies, is we're revitalizing, you might say, vitalizing this whole area, okay? Stimulating. So you've got some bounce. So all of this is going to get stronger. A lot more chi is going to come to the area. The bones, the ribs, okay, they're going to get stronger. They're going to be stimulated. They're going to produce whatever bones produce, marrow and what have you. I don't know if there's marrow in the ribs. I suppose there is. But anyway, all of that is going to be stimulated, the bones and everything, okay? So this is really good. Again, it's very important that you leave your throat open. You're going to inhale, exhale through your nose. Okay? Because, as I mentioned before a couple times, you do not want to hold your breath. You do not want to hold your breath anytime the body is impacted, or if you're going to impact something, you don't want to hold your breath. All you'll do is damage the organs. The pressure at that moment, if it can't escape, it can damage the organs. So be very careful. This is, as I said before, all fighters and martial artists and around the world, and professional sports people, even guys that hit balls, go, they release that energy. Bruce Lee with his banshee screams. This guy was too much. Missed this guy, Mr. Bruce. So be sure that you release, allow to release. Now when you first start, just take it easy. Okay, get used to the rhythm, get used to everything, take it easy, and as time goes on, you start increasing this. But as time goes on, don't try to, I can do this. And you're just starting out at, let's say, 6, and working your way up to 12. Okay. So I'm going to do it here. I'll do it 6 times. Okay, it's about that intensity. So you come up, and when you come back down, when you're here, further expand the chest. Further expand it as much as you can. Further expand it, and then, okay, be straight up and down. Don't be like this. Don't be like that. Don't do that. Anytime you lean back, the throat has a tendency to close. We don't want that. Stay straight up and down. Okay. So number 27. This is the face massage. So, when you looked at the section, that's the warm-up section, waking up the chi section. So there's a face massage in that warm-up. So this is that, but this is very vigorous, very vigorous, very energetic. Whereas the warm-up is not that at all. It's just simply warming up. So it's relatively straightforward. We would start with a beginning breath. Release any breath not secured in the dantian. Warm up the hands. Warm up the hands before you do the beginning breath. That's probably better. Okay, make sure there's a lot of heat, a lot of chi. Do the beginning breath again. Okay. Again, release any breath not secured in the dantian. Right hand on the face, and you would back and forth vigorously. 12. Then you go to here. 12. Then here. 12. Okay, then exhale. Inhale again. Top of the nose. 12. Face. 12. Exhale. Inhale. Then to the ears. 24 times. 24 times. Okay. Then you move to the eyes. Like this. Okay, now on the eyes, there's not too much pressure. Then to the side, 12 times each time. Then to the neck. Okay, massage the neck, 12. Exhale if you need to. Inhale. Rub the hands again, and then do a general face massage. Okay? Very straightforward. I'll do that once for you. So do your little exhale whenever you need breath, and just inhale again. So, okay. So, as you might guess, what we want is we want a lot of chi, a lot of blood. Okay. We hold the breath, and we're trying to force blood. Okay, up in this area. So we hold the breath, not for an extended amount of time, just whatever's comfortable, and then just let it out and breathe again. And just want a lot of chi, a lot of blood, and as you might guess, it exfoliates the skin. All right. If you do this often, your skin becomes very soft. So my skin is quite lovely, actually. Unfortunately, it does nothing for the aging process. So there you go. People will say, look, he has lovely skin. What a nice thing for an old man to have. Yeah. Okay. So that's it for that one. That was number 27, I believe. If that's not correct, look at the subtitles. Now we're number 28. Base massage was 27. Number 28. So 28 is in two parts. And has to do with the kidneys, putting chi into the kidneys and massaging the kidneys. So I've labeled this as number 28 and 28.1. So 28 is using your eyes and gazing at a nature, so like forest, jungle, large bodies of water, mountains. Okay, not the next building, but if you've got a really nice garden with a lot of trees, like this is pretty good. Got a big tree over here. You're going to take that chi through your eyes, okay, and it's going to go down into your kidney. At the same time, you're going to breathe in through your nose softly. So you've got the chi coming in through the air, the chi coming in through your eyes, and that's going to blend and go into your kidneys. All right? So that looks something like this. I'll do it from the side. Start with a beginning breath. Release any breath not secured in the dantian. Go to your position. So put these on your knees. So we're not doing this? No. So we're holding ourselves up only with our knees. Okay, only with our legs. But if you put this on your knees, this is the proper posture. This is the angle. We're not doing this, okay? There's none of this. We want to come up as much as we can, that this will allow, So we don't want this, we don't want this, we want this. Hips forward, and you gaze into the distance, the chi from the earth, from the plants, from the forest, from the mountains, in through your eyes, inhaling slowly through the nose for a count of 18, and you'll feel the chi fill up, the kidneys fill up with chi. And after that, exhale, finish with a balancing breath, bringing in fresh chi and rebalancing the body. Okay? Okay, I'll do this one time from the side position. That's it. So I like this one. I like this one and the next one. I always include this one, this kidney exercise, in any 30-minute routine that I've put together over the years. I always include this one. And so when you're in your position, your tongue is at the roof of your mouth behind your front teeth, as it should be. Okay. Number 28.1. This is massaging the kidneys. Now that you've got the chi down here, now you want to massage it. So we start with a beginning breath. Releasing any breath not secured in the dantian, and just relax. Now we're going to rub the hands together. Just relax. Now we're going to put the hands on the kidneys. Lots of chi in the hands. Okay, so we're let's see. Inhale up, exhale down. Inhale up, exhale down through the nose. Inhale up, inhale down through the nose. Okay, so don't be too stiff. Don't be like this. No. And don't do this jumping around some people do. Don't do that. This is not Bugs Bunny. But have a little bit of rhythm, a little softness in your knees. Inhale, exhale. Inhale. And you count on the exhale. Okay, finish. Finish with a balancing breath, bringing in fresh chi. Okay. Now, normally I put my belt on the inside of the shirt, and then you wear a t-shirt, but my t-shirt is dangling, right? I don't tuck in my t-shirt. But I put it on the inside. I'm only having it on the outside so you can see what's what. That's it. So some people put the belt next to the skin, some people don't. Doesn't make any difference. And when you're rubbing, sometimes the shirt will get bunched up. Okay, so I kind of like it against the skin. So when you're finished, it should be a little red up and down here next to, on the kidneys. It should be a little red. Okay, so there's blood and chi has been there. All right, you'll see that it gets slightly red. So you're rubbing vigorously. It's not a little bit. You're rubbing it. Okay, I'll do this one time. 36 times is the number. There you go. So this one, like I said, I include it in any routines I put together, 30-minute morning routines. The next one is also a favorite. I also include this in all routines that I put together for a class or something. I always include this one as a part of the daily 30-minute morning routine. So this one's called Beating Out the Illness. Now by this time, because you've been doing this, okay, all this should be, been doing this for a couple of weeks, okay, this should be more resilient, right? Should be able to take a little more force, okay? The difference with this is that we hold the breath, but we hold the breath with an open throat, okay? We do not cut off. So we start with a beginning breath. Turn to the side. Release any breath not secured in the dantian. So turn the foot a little over. Like I said before, you don't do this. You don't want to torque the knee. Bend the knee, sit on it, heel. So you're just releasing any breath not secured in the dantian. Now we inhale, and we point the elbow up and back toward the sky. So the elbow's not here. Okay, the elbow's not here. The elbow's not here. So we want this open. So we're going to hold the breath, leaving the throat open. Make a fist. And we look 45 degrees. So we want the neck, the back, all this. We want this front leg, we want it in alignment. See, it should be in line. And we do this 18 times. come back, exhale, balancing breath, bringing in fresh chi. Perform another beginning breath. Then we do the same thing on this side. Okay? Now, a little while ago I injured my little finger, and so I've got a bone that's floating in there. It's not worth it to have the operation to take it out, but it's floating, and it doesn't seem to want to reattach itself, although it doesn't work. Might in a little bit longer, more time. So what I do is I modified this and do this. So I'm going to do the modification on this side and then the normal on this side. So if you hurt one hand, something, you can't use one hand, you only need one hand to do this exercise. Okay, that's what I'm trying to show here. Looks like this. There you go. So this is an excellent exercise, the kidney in this, for just stimulating the whole area, this whole area. Okay? So the intensity I used is the intensity you want to go for. You don't want any more intense than that. There's no purpose after that. But that's a good solid intensity. We don't want this. Not that. There's nothing happening. So follow my example. Now, number 30. 18 times, if I didn't mention it before. It's 18. 18, 1-8 on each side. Number 30. Now this is heating the life door. So the life door is the Ming Min. So that's located about here. Or take your belly button, make your belly button about this big, okay, and go straight back, and that's where the Ming Min is. And this is called the gate of vitality. Very important, like the Dantian, very important. So it's the okay. It provides chi to balance and maintain the organs. Okay, that's what its function is. It also, the kidneys, the yin and yang of the kidneys, yin yang, that's where the yin and yang blend. They blend in the Ming Min area. Okay, it's very important. No Ming Min, no life. Okay, no Dantian, no life. All right, so it's very important. So you can look at the Dantian as like, this is storage. This is where you store, the body naturally stores chi. And when the body gets a lot of chi, it naturally migrates upward to nourish the middle Dantian and the upper Dantian. Okay, that's what happens there. And the Ming Min sort of looks out for the organs. Okay, that's what its job is, maintain that. So so when you read And all these experts, so mostly this is, when you look at Google, you get a lot of Western experts, as well as the Asians, but you'll see some people saying that the Dantian is the prenatal chi, the chi that the essence from your mother and father, okay, the prenatal. The next expert will say it's postnatal. They'll say the Ming Min is the prenatal. Okay, don't worry about it. Don't read so much that you just end up confused. It's just not worth it. My teachers, they never had me read anything. They just said, this is it, focus, and sure enough, you know, they were right. Although I did read a lot about it, and some of it got so confusing, I just gave it up. It's like, I don't need this. So what we're trying to do here is we're trying to bring the Dantian and the Ming Min together. Okay, we're going to try to bring them together. They clash together, and they like explode into a lot of energy, like a big ball of energy. Okay, that's the idea. And if you do it correctly, maybe not the first time or the first week or the first 2 weeks, but you will feel it get very warm. It will get very warm inside. Okay, and this is one of the exercises you have to do often, you know. And if you're doing the exercise, just to do the exercise, the routine, you might want to do it maybe 3 times, but by itself alone, you might want to do it 10, 15 times, you know, somewhere during the course of the day where you can just focus on that. All right, so this is not something that you just do it once or twice in the routine and then you get it. No. These people that develop these exercises, it took them you know, weeks, months, years to figure out this exercise. And then, you know, so they did it 1,000 times. And, oh yeah, this actually works. Okay, this is what we got to do, you know. So they're just showing you these exercises to show you what's possible. But if you want to delve further into it, like this particular exercise, you have to spend a lot more time. If it doesn't interest you so much, not all the exercises are going to be of your interest. You might say, I don't want to do that. I'll just do it so I don't forget the posture. You know, that's fine. So we start off with a beginning breath. Release any breath not secured in the Dantian. Okay, relax the knees. The hands are in a fist and pushing down. So the arms are pushing down. All right. Anus is tight and you're drawing the anus up. There's tension. Okay, not a lot of tension, but there's tension in the legs, down. Okay, back is straight. The mouth is what we call pursed, but the face is relaxed. So there's none of that in the face. The body has the tension, has some tension, and then we inhale slowly through the nose, and we draw in the stomach. Okay, so we want this, the Dantian, we're drawing in this whole area, to meet with the Ming Min. We want them to meet. So we're drawing in the stomach, Anus is tight, so everything is concentrated right here. So this is tight, we're drawing up the anus, pushing downward. And you do this as long as possible. So whatever the count is, 10, 18, whatever. And then you relax 100%. Okay, relax 100%. Perform a balancing breath, bring in fresh chi, rebalancing the body, and then repeat 2 more times. Okay? But this is one, you really have to do it a lot. So after you do the routine, you got your home or wherever you are, you know, do this as often as possible, 10 times or whatever, you know, whenever you really feel calm and balanced. You know, you got to be calm, balanced. Okay. So do it whenever you can, and you'll feel it. You'll feel it get warm. And people say, well, what's the purpose? Well, that is the purpose. The purpose is you getting in touch with the chi and you being able to activate yourself, okay, through your postures to activate these reactions. And with that, you get more confidence, right, in what you're doing. And then you find out you can really move the chi around. You can really, whoa, whoa, whoa. And some people that are sensitive enough can do healing. So I'll do this one time. So I'll start out here and I'll move to the side just so you can see the posture. Remember, I'm sucking in the stomach, drawing in the stomach. I want the dantian and the mingmen to come together. I'm pulling up the anus. Ooh, okay. Tension in the arms. The mouth is closed, lips are closed, but there's no tension in the face. Tension here. Don't get carried away with the tension. Toes are gripping. All right. Okay? Remember, arms at the side, arms are pushing down, okay? Shoulders, arms pushing down. Knees are bent. There's tension in the legs. Don't get carried away with the tension. Toes are gripping. Anus is being pulled up. Stomach, dantian area is being sucked in. So what you're going for is the dantian and the Ming Men clashing, forming heat. So that should be easy to visualize because you see this all the time in the movies, you know, whether it's cartoons or you know, superhero movies. You see these people, you know, all this energy coming up, and so it should be easy to visualize something. Okay, so one more time. Release any breath not secured in the dantian. Arms down. Tighten the anus. Tension in the legs. Grip the toes. Mouth closed. Inhale through the nose slowly. Your mind is here. Okay? Your mind is here. Close your eyes. Okay, that way you have no visual distractions. Inhale slowly. We'll do that as long as possible. Exhale. Finish with a balancing breath. Bringing in fresh chi. Rebalancing the body. Okay, so that's it. That's 30. Now we're at 30, so you're at 30 weeks. So actually you're at 36 weeks. With the first 10, I had you stop. I said stop, practice just 1 through 10 twice in the morning and in the evening for 3 weeks. And then when you got to 20, I said, okay, stop for 3 weeks and practice 1 through 20, twice in the morning, twice in the evening. So now you've got 36 weeks. So 36 weeks is 9 months. You've been doing this for 9 months. So all of this stuff that's coming up, you should be able to tap into it, at least touch it. All right. So again, I would suggest stopping for 3 weeks. I'm stuck on 3 weeks. I like 3 weeks. And just do 1 through 30 twice. Twice in the morning and twice in the evening. And so 30 postures, there's maybe, I don't know, depends on your rhythm. 35 minutes perhaps, I don't know. So 35 and 35 is 70 minutes. Now we're getting into that time zone. Okay, that's a really good amount of time. An hour plus is really solid twice a day. And do that and just get into it, relax. Okay, I would strongly suggest if you don't do meditation itself, then just do the counting the breath, counting the postures with the breath, or counting the pulse, counting the pulse, counting the heartbeat with the breathing. This is really, I can't stress enough what this will do. It just will calm your whole body, settle everything down, bring that much more clarity to your mind. And as you go on, 9 months, you should have been experiencing your body changing. So your body is, the chemicals in your body, all the body processes are changing. They're changing. They're working together in a different way than they were before you started the exercises. Your mind becomes ever clearer as time goes on. It just gets clearer and clearer and clearer. You start to see things differently. And this happens. There's no end to this, whether you practice for a year or 10 years or 100 years. There's no end. So remember, there's 2 more routines of 36 postures each. There's a total of 108 postures. So you would do this routine, the first routine, you do it for, I'm big on the number 3, so 3 years. You would do that for 3 years and then move into the next routine. But it depends. It depends if you have a teacher available and how advanced you are or what. Obviously, you're not going to do 108 postures from 1 to 108. That's not how this works. This is your foundation. This is the foundation to everything. And once you got this and you've clicked into it, okay, then you move on to the next one. So that's it for now. Thank you so much for being there. I'm going to show and demonstrate with the details the last 6 postures, 31 through 36 of the first routine of 36 postures. So I hope you've kept your good habits. A lot of time has passed, lots of months have passed, so if nothing else, I hope you've had a good, a knowledgeable teacher. And no bad habits have been allowed to develop. Okay, it was very wet last night, so it's very cold. So I'm back on this. The 8 ways of Tai Chi. So this is also called the original or the mother of Tai Chi. And you'll see when if I do the posture. So there's 12 inhalations. 12 inhalations before the exhale. So you start with a beginning breath. Release any breath not secured in the dantian. Now, you slowly, softly inhale. Inhale up. Make teardrop fingers. Exhale softly through the nose. Going down. Now you inhale through the nose. Down. Inhale through the nose. Inhale. 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 Like you're pulling on a rope. Inhale. Inhale. Bringing chi in from the heavens. Inhale. 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 Now inhale again. And you hold this for as long as comfortable. Count of 10 or more. And then exhale. Finish with a balancing breath, bringing in fresh chi. Rebalancing the body. This is actually quite good. This is a very nice one. So when you really get into it, you really try to move your body, okay, in the posture. Okay? So, here we go. Okay, so that's a good one. Okay, number 32. This is cleaning and revitalizing the lungs. And by cleaning, we're expelling all the carbon dioxide. So this one takes a little bit of effort. Start with the beginning breath. Release any breath not secured in the dantian. Now, we inhale 18 times, 18 times. So what we're doing is we inhale each. So the position of the arms is not this. No. It is not this. No, it's in between. Elbows are pointed out or up. So we inhale 18 times. We make a fist, a lot of tension in the fists and arms, grip the toes, and then we purse our lips, and with force, we go all the way down, and you want try to get 100% of everything out of your lungs. And when you're sure, okay, that everything is gone, inhale with a balancing breath. When you get here, tap, and then relax, exhale. Now the tapping, you can or can't do, it's up to you. It puts a little vibration through the chest. So I visualize my lungs just like this. And when I tap, that little vibration boop, opens them back up. Some people tap during every basic, every balancing breath. You can do that if you want. And this is repeated 3 times. Okay. Looks like this. When you're inhaling, try to have a little movement in the body. Always have movement in the body whenever possible. So we're not doing this. This looks dead. So just a little movement. Okay? Okay. And if you can only get to 10 and then you feel like that's all you have, then okay, that's fine. Eventually you'll easily get to 18. And if you have like in my last one, I had a little bit more I could put in, so after I did 18, I took in a little bit more. Okay, so this is quite good. And this is also one of the postures that I include when I put together a 30-minute morning breathing routine. I always include, this is one of those that I always include. It's very good. Okay, this is number 33. Hungry tiger catching sheep. There's a sheep on each side. So with this one, we have tiger claws, of course, but there's a lot of tension. There's tension throughout the body. Toes are gripping the ground. All right. Inhale 3 times. Inhale only. Exhale at the end. So we also have to have fierce eyes. Very fierce. So we don't want tiger claws and happy eyes. We don't want that. We want tiger claws with a lot of tension and very fierce eyes. So fierce that if this sheep were to look up at you just before you got him, it would defecate and instantly die from fright. That's how intense you are. So that's the idea. Okay? So it starts with a beginning breath. Okay? Turn to the right. Release any breath not secured in the dantian. Gaze at your hands. Inhale through the nose. Now, maximum tension, gripping the ground. Maximum tension, maximum tension, maximum tension in the fingers. So we're not here. We're not out here. We're about here. Fierce gaze. Fierce gaze. Okay? Then we inhale again. Maximum tension, fierce gaze. Inhale again for a 3rd time. Maximum tension, fierce gaze. And then rip that sucker apart. Rip them in half and come up with some sheep kebab. Balancing breath. Perform another beginning breath. And move to the Other sheep on the left. Okay. Number 33. Tiger catching sheep in real time. Now, for those of you who do not eat meat, you might want to look away. All right? All right, here we go. Okay, there we go. Just so you know, originally when Professor Chan taught me this in 1975, when we got to the third breath, it was just, so he was digging his claws deep into that little sheep, where I think ripping them apart and coming up with kebabs is a better visual. Okay. Okay. Next one is 34. This is called the shoulder stand, also known as the candle. So we're going to put our legs up in the air, and you would hold this for a minimum of 5 minutes, up to 20. So because this one can be time consuming, myself included, some people don't really do this one. I do it later, like later in the day or later in the morning. If I'm doing some yoga, then I do it then. But I do want to emphasize that you should at least do 5 minutes, because when you're up, you can spread your toes and bring in chi through the bubbling wells into your legs and throughout your body. And this is very beneficial because you're also using your visualization, and you're getting that chi, and this will help you, even that 5 minutes will help you prepare for the last posture, number 36, which you'll see. So it's very basic. So you would start off like this. Your basic, your beginning breath would be this, and then just breathe naturally. Come up. Now normally your hand should be at the upper part of your ribs, so your body is more here. I can't do that. if I try to do it, it just hurts my neck, and that's not, you never want to have any pain. So for me personally, this is the best I can do. So you straighten up, you breathe through your abdomen, your dantian. It's up to you. Some people do either one. So you can breathe through your abdomen or into and out of your dantian. So you be straight, feet pointed upward. You can rotate the ankles, 5 to 10 times in one direction, 5 to 10 times in the other direction. All right. You can spread your toes. You see that? That's spread. Spread your toes. And you visualize, which is quite easy to do. Looking up at the sky, the clouds. Very easy to visualize chi coming in from the heavens into the bubbling wells, the feet, down to the legs, filling up the torso, just filling up the body. Okay? And just relax. You breathe in and out the nose, not the mouth. If you want, you can, stretch a little bit. You can bring the legs back if you wish. Okay, stretch the back. All right. And for 5 minutes or so. Okay. If you put the heels up, you're stretching the hamstrings. That's always good. Try to relax everything and feel that chi, fresh chi coming in, blood and everything that maybe is stagnated in your feet is now coming down and flowing down. So when you stand back up, you have fresh blood going down through your legs and into your feet. And then of course you finish. Stand up and finish with a balancing breath. Very straightforward. The 35 is the leg exercise. So by now you're moving your chi after all these months. We're almost at a year. So after all these months, you really got the chi going. So this is chi into the leg. All of this area, one at a time. Begin with a beginning breath. So we release any breath not secured in the dantian. Now, so we're bending this knee, and remember, move the foot over. So we don't want to torque the knee. So just move the foot over slightly so this is very comfortable. Bend the knee, sit on this. There is zero weight on the heel. No weight whatsoever. Okay, now we inhale, grip the toes, and push the chi down. Inhale, and push that chi throughout the leg. Okay. Back to center. Finish with a balancing breath, bringing in fresh chi, rebalancing the body. We do the same thing on the other side. So normally you would do this 3 times, but if you want to do it 6 times, that's fine. As long as everything is clear what you're doing. So we're not trying to, hold the breath as long as we can. Nothing like that. Okay. But you should be able, now you should be able to feel this chi, and you get, what Popeye had on his arms, Popeye the sailor. That's what you visualize, all of this. And this just gets stronger because we're sitting on it. All our weight is here. Okay, this is what it looks like in real time. That's it. Okay, the last one, number 36, is energy flow to the top of the head. Small storm mixing together. By, what's the Chinese name? By, B-A-I, by Hui? Anyway, we're putting chi at the very top now, so this is almost a year. Chi is moving well, and we'll take the chi from the earth, chi that's in our body, and we're going to bring it all the way up to here. So we start with a beginning breath. We start here. We come up slowly, breathing slowly through the nose. We're drawing up the chi from the earth. Chi coming in through the bubbling wells, come up. When we hit this part, tighten the anus, draw the anus up. When we get to the stomach, we draw the stomach in and draw the stomach upward. Close the mouth, close the lips. Elbows are straight out. Now the eyes, we're drawing in chi from whatever trees, mountains, lakes. We're drawing in chi. So we have chi coming up like this. All this is pulling up. We have chi coming in. And we're going up here. Tongue is at the top, behind the front teeth. You're on your toes. Toes are also gripping. And when we exhale, softly. So inhale, bringing any chi, all the chi, bring it down, and exhale like this. Inhale. Bringing the chi back down. Do this 3 times. Okay? More if you need it. And then you finish, of course, with a balancing breath. Finish with 2 or 3 balancing breaths. Okay? So when we're at the top, the feet look like this. Okay? Everything is straight. There's no tension in the face. All right? 0 tension. Mouth is closed. Lips are closed. But there's no tension. There's no... nothing like that. Okay? So it should look something like this. just relax for a few moments. Just be sure that you're feeling rebalanced. All right? So, now, with this particular exercise, this is potentially dangerous. So I've written something here. So it says, this posture can be troublesome, even dangerous to some people if the chi gets stuck in the head. This is very serious. This really happens. All right? So people with any history of mental or psychological illness should avoid this altogether. All right? As well as overly sensitive people. People that are just too sensitive. If you get your chi stuck up in here and you can't get it out, you can't get it down, and you can't dissipate it, this can cause problems. So when you see acupuncturists, they're always saying, oh, your chi is stuck here, your chi is stuck there, your chi is stuck here, and that's why you feel this way. Okay, you always hear that. Well, okay, it can get stuck here, but this is dangerous. So when Professor Chan's son, Peter, who is a master at all this, when he himself does it, he only comes up for a short amount of time, he feels it, and that's it. He doesn't repeat the exercise. He just holds it for a few moments, and then that's it. And he just dissipates it. That's it, no more. He's well aware of what can happen if it was to get stuck. So you have to take these things seriously. So that's it for the 36. And as I would suggest, if you do all 36, do them twice, so now you're at your hour and 20 minutes or so, 15 minutes, whatever it is. And you do those, I would suggest minimum of 1 year, 12 months. Minimum of a year, and really get into it. Now the interesting thing about, the fun thing I should say, is that by now you should be into it. Your body knows, how to do the postures, your breath, your chi, everything is in sync, your mind. So when you start the posture, unless it should be happening to you already, you start doing the postures 1, 2, 3, 4, and then suddenly you lose consciousness. The body and the chi just starts moving automatically. You are unaware of what's going to come next. So you are out of the equation. We got to get rid of you, because you is holding everything back. And you just let the chi, and the chi appreciates that the chi in the body intelligence appreciate that you took the time to teach and do this, and now they just want to have fun. And so you might start out with the sequence, and then instantly after a few you might lose it. And it's not important. The sequence is not important. And you will just start doing stuff. And you'll think, oh geez, this is great. And then it seems like 5 minutes have passed, and you just taking a break, and an hour has gone by or more. Okay? So that's the space that you want to get into. So the next set of 36 postures is some of the postures are physical and energetic, as in the first routine. So the second routine has some of that, but now it becomes more meditative. So in the next set of 36, it's much more meditative. So you've got things like inside breathing, okay? The little earth, or the microcosmic orbit, where you're sitting down and you're just having the chi flow, okay? It can flow like this, or it can flow like this, okay? But it's just flowing, and it's quite nice. It's like a warm hose, like a water hose that's warm. It's just going around the body, and you feel it. You actually feel this warmth. That's quite nice. Sexual health, you start learning about sexual health, which is very important. There's things like heal. This is the heal breathing, all right? I never was able to do that, but there's heal breathing, and catching the sun and moon essence. So there's stuff like that. So the second postures, the second routine of 36 postures is not like the first. It's not like you can just do one after the other. It's not like that. It's a little different. So anyway, that's about it. So I wish, hope you, this has been clear enough that you've been able to get something from it. That's the idea, all right, as far as the big picture goes. But what you can do is something for yourself. And if you can calm yourself and center yourself and, try to be one with nature, try to be one with your God or the universe or the cosmic giggle or whatever it is you call that bigger thing, that's good, because once you're centered, once you're got it, once you're grounded, then the people around you, they'll benefit. And then the people around them will benefit. So it's a ripple effect. Do is stay centered, try to move forward in your own life, and bring calm and peace to those around you. So that's it for now. Good luck with everything. Cheers.
My name is John Ho, and I'm here today to talk about this breathing exercise I've been doing for the last 25 years. First, let me tell you something about my background. I lived in Hong Kong and Macau for about 17 years. I came to this country when I was 1967. I started doing martial arts, particularly Kung Fu, when I was around 10 years old. And back in those days, this is back in the 60s in Hong Kong, there was a lot of myth, and still persists today, about what internal power is. We always heard about story about old master can hit someone and that person be flying and that person is using chi. So my perception of chi-gung has always been something that you can use for martial. Back in 1968, I went to a family get-together, a banquet. That's where I met Mr. Chan. Mr. Chan was a very good friend of my uncle, and he was teaching Qigong in Chinatown. And Mr. Chan told me that you should come over and check my style out, because it will really help your Kung Fu, because it will give you tremendous endurance, so you could spar with a number of guys without getting tired. So I thought it was kind of interesting, but I never really took it that seriously until 1981, I believe, about 1980. My job got transferred to San Francisco, so I had the opportunity to take a lesson from Mr. Chan. The way Mr. Chan explained it to me was, this is so unique, this type of style is different from the rest of the styles of Qigong. And it's not something that gives you this powerful punch or give you tremendous internal power, so to speak. He said it's more strictly for your health. And the results are very subtle. They're not something that you would notice right away. And at the time I took the lesson, I was supposed to learn one movement a week. The way he explained it to me was the two parts. One is purification. Basically, you try to do a different postures to get rid of the impurity in your system, either from environmental or from your diet. And then after you get to a certain point, you will start learning to cultivate the chi, meaning that you will store the chi at various parts of the body, depends on the posture that you are doing. And so I start doing it, and he also told me that when you first start, you may start noticing all of a sudden you see stars, because you have taken so much oxygen or chi, and since my body has not been fully purified, it might not go through the part that I wanted to store. So basically, what happened is the oxygen goes to your brain. That's how you get the dizziness or lightheaded or seeing stars, what have you. Sure enough, the first few months I was for some of the movements I was seeing stars, but as long as you do the balancing one at the end of each movement, you pretty much can get rid of it. He also told me that once you start doing it, you will feel this sense of happiness, peacefulness, that make you have much better temper. And I could eat all I want and I would never gain weight. And the fact that they emphasize using this real tight belt, basically the purpose is to squeeze out the fat that you build up. So I just started doing it, and after a while, I just found I had tremendous endurance. I was not much of a runner at the time, but after a while, I could run forever. My lungs would never get tired. It's my legs that make me quit running. When I stop, because my muscle just couldn't take it. It's not my lungs. And then when I start doing a lot of sparring, I would take on 10 guys in a row, spar for hours without getting tired. Another thing is prevention of sickness. Of course, sometimes you catch a cold, and cold is really hard to fight off. But in general, for the last 25 years, I have been just like perfect health. Other than catching a cold maybe once every 2 years or something, because some kid got it and passed it to parents and give it to me, I just never gotten sick. So I have to attribute that to the chi-gung. I basically learned 108 movements, but many of them are the sitting meditation type, and I just never really have the interest nor the time to do it. Even though I have time now, I still don't do it, actually. I like the moving piece. And Mr. Chen said, when you're young, just do the moving piece. And then as you get older, focus more on the sitting down. Maybe I'm still young because I'm just not in the mood to do the sitting one yet. I just find that this style is so unique from the rest of the style. I have met a number of very high-level chi-gung guys, and I showed them this exercise, and right away they will criticize me, and they say, "Oh no, you're hurting yourself by forcing the oxygen in too much, and you're doing the movement too abruptly. You should not have a belt that just restrict your chi flow," which is totally different than what this system emphasized. This system emphasized having a belt so that you can keep the chi in your dantian, and then use your mind to direct the chi to different parts of the body. But 25 years later, I'm still healthy. I'm not injured by whatever I'm doing, so I have to say, this is not a harmful exercise. Of course, you have to learn it in sequence. You have to do it through a process. It's not, you cannot really jump around different movements at the beginning when you learn it. I think that if this system can really improve your immune system, because basically what it does is it purifies your body and builds your blood. I would really like to see people that have HIV to start doing it. Maybe that really help to build up the immune system. But I'm not seeing anybody even try to learn it. It's not something that you're going to see the result right away. Like, again, it's gradual. You start seeing some subtle things, like your digestive system. You go to the bathroom, it's much more regular, and you need less sleep, perhaps, because there are exercises that help you. Say if you don't have 3 hours sleep and you actually need 8, certain exercises can help you to nurture your jing or your sun, Sun is the spirit, Jing is the essence, and obviously Qi is the Hei. All of them are combined. The more I do it, the more I understand the word body, spirit, and mind. Westerners always use that as almost like some type of a thing that you describe the Eastern martial art. But it has a lot to do with using your mind to direct the Qi, using your body to do the movement, and using the spirit to capture the focus. Because so they all three of them go hand in hand to be able to make the Qi circulate through your whole body. Do you have any question?
Okay. Let me see here. Okay, why don't you talk a little bit about your images that when you do the postures, what is going through your mind, as opposed to other people with variations like me, have something slightly different. Okay.
The way I approach the movement, I had to break it down by the purification and the storing of energy. When I'm doing the purification, say for example you're doing the lungs, doing the kidney, the liver, I'm imagining whatever I have, the bad things, whatever you call the bad things, the impurity I have in my liver, as I'm blowing it out, I'm imagining the impurity is coming out through my mouth. Okay, but another exercise, when I'm doing, say, putting qi in my kidney, I would imagining the oxygen or whatever you call the qi is coming from there. Okay, I'm focusing the area. So my first move, I always send it down to the dantian, which is a center, and then I use my mind, and through breathing through my nose, I'm imagining the certain part, that whatever part I'm working on, is getting the qi is getting there. And Mr. Chan always say the qi can get to your fingers, get to your toes, it has to travel, right? So it has to travel all your meridian lines, all your arteries to get there. Okay, if you can get the qi there, it clears the impurity. At the same time, you can really feel the warmth on your hand or your feet or whatever. I remember what blew me away with him was he would put out his hand and he said, "Now I'm not using any movement. I'm just using my mind, directing my qi, say to the middle finger." And all of a sudden, the middle finger just get really red. The rest of the fingers stay the normal color, but the middle finger can get real red. And he's not even forcing it or straining it, okay? Because he said, if the mind is there, the blood gets there. If the blood gets there, the qi gets there. So that has always been the thought of using the mind to direct the qi from the dantian to whatever part you want to work on. But the purification one, the one that you, say one of them, you taking 12 breaths and you blow it out, and you imagining you blowing out the impurity from your stomach. They are ones that you do 6 times. You bring it up and you bring it up and you bring it down. You're focusing, you're pressing down, and the impurity is coming out through your mouth, and also it's coming out from the bottom of your food. We call it the bubbling well. But sometimes when you do you're storing the energy from your back way, which is the top of your head, you would be thinking about while you're breathing through in your mouth, inhaling your mouth, you're also imagining the qi is going from the sky to the top of your head. There are ones that you do, you say you build your spleen, okay? You could take the qi, you're imagining, you're using your nose while you're breathing, even though the oxygen is coming through your nose, you're also imagining that qi is going to your stomach. That's one that you do the front, which is your dantian, and the back is we call that Meng Woon, which is Meng means light, Woon is door. So the chi is going through your coming into your live door. So basically, you have to imagine the chi is coming in the front, and also the chi is going to the back. So they kind of join together. And don't forget, your dantian is really, if you had to imagine that, it's really like a ball. So as you can see, a circle. So the chi coming this way, it fills out the whole thing. Okay, like when you do the Tai Chi moves, you're basically putting chi in different direction of your dantian or your ball. That's why you push it in different way, you bring it in different way, so it captures the whole circle. So I don't know why.
Okay. Hey, this is great, John. You're doing this is fabulous. Okay, let's talk a little bit, because you practice Tai Chi. So why don't we talk a little bit on some of the Qigong, the different styles. They emphasize breathing in through the nose and exhaling through the mouth. Now, and some styles of Tai Chi emphasize breathing in through the nose and exhale through the mouth. Generally speaking, my understanding is that most Tai Chi is inhale through the nose, exhale through the nose when
Right.
you're breathing.
Right.
But some of the styles of Qigong is in through the nose, out the mouth. We only do a few postures like that. But there's postures that I practice, a Qigong set that I teach, and you only exhale through the mouth. Do you have any? Can you talk anything about that? Maybe the difference and why in our Qigong,
Because
is
in my Tai Chi, you really inhale, exhale through your nose.
Yeah. What about the Qigong? Are you familiar with some of the sets that exhale through the mouth?
No, because a lot of the Qigong that I do, the Tai Chi Qigong I do, is breathe natural.
Which means through the nose?
Right, but it's not, big inhale, big exhale.
Right.
Just
Softer.
right.
Softer, okay. Let's see.
Don't forget, nature gives us a nose to breathe, not but the mouth. The mouth to eat.
That's good. Okay. I think that's about it. Why don't we just take a small break and have some water and just think about what you might want to do. Okay, we're on.
That's one part is interesting. It has to do with the sexual use of Qigong. This is one topic that was not shared with me until I had about a year of training. Basically, Mr. Chan said, Qigong can allow you to make love all night long. And he was just kind of laughing a little bit. And then I just start doing from there. From my own personal experience, it had been tremendous help in terms of giving sexual pleasure to the other person, and also, be able to enjoy at the same time. One of the things that we learn is your sperm, for men, the sperm is your essence. That's where your essence, the jing, comes from. So it should not be wasteful. And while you want to have climax, you do not want to overuse it. So one of the things that we learn is to retain our essence, our semen, without having to ejaculate and still reach orgasm. This is something that I actually find it in some Playboy article to talk about that, and it did not get into the detail in the breathing, but the same philosophy, and it was adopted. This article extracted from an ancient Indian document, and that's how they capture this piece, and they use it in the Playboy magazine. But at the same time, he said that when you are having sex, you are actually extracting the energy from a woman. So therefore, you don't want to just keep taking without giving back. So he said once in a while you do want to ejaculate to give back the woman your essence, so she will be able to receive your essence. Is the joining of the yin and the yang. So that is the part that I find it very interesting. But it's not something that a beginner should work on, because again, as I said earlier, it's a process. You have to learn the purification, the storing, and later on you can learn the more advanced stage, preserving your essence.
Okay. You want to talk a little bit, just for a few minutes, on the postures, and that many of the postures that when we do them, at the same time we're tightening the anus and bringing the energy up. And you might, if you want to, the two exercises that I just showed you, if you want to, mention that Sifu gave us a couple exercises. You just have to describe them. The urinating, holding it back, and just the sitting exercise of trying to, that he felt that keeping this area strong and healthy was essential, not only for the practices in our own health, but also for sexual activity, and so we don't lose that jing.
Okay. In Qigong, a lot of times what we do is we might take the air in through our nose, and we want to transfer the qi to other part of the body, but we don't want that to be leaked out. So sometimes when we take the oxygen in through the nose, we open up our bubbling well, which is the bottom of your foot, to also suck in the ground, the energy off from the ground. Okay, but we don't let it out. In other words, you might have to close when you, like for example, there are movements that you actually close your anus so that it won't leak out. For the sexual part, we have a few processes that we go through. One is you sit down and you are inhaling through your nose, also at the point of your penis, and you also suck in the energy at the same time. Say for example, you're taking 12, you count to 12, and you let out 8. So when you let it out, you let out 8. So you always retain the 4 in your body. There are movements that the practice you can say to get the feeling of taking the energy in and holding it. You can practice through doing while you urinate. When you urinate, you could try to stop it and then open it again, stop and open again. That teaches the muscle to be able to stop. And also I find that when you do the sitting down one, the one that you take in oxygen, your penis can get very, very hard and just stay real hard. I always like to say that, when you're young, when you wake up in the morning, it's 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock. As you get older, it's 5 o'clock. And I think if you do the exercise enough, you feel like you're always at 1 o'clock in the morning. And God, that one was really bad.
That was funny.
Take that one out.
Okay, yeah. We might use it as.
Take out some of this. Like this part. This part is. It's not that I don't feel comfortable talking about sex. It's just.
Well, I understand. What we're going to do is this. I'm going to.
Because I don't want to distract people. I don't want people to think that that is a part that why I should take it. Right. You're missing the whole picture. Yeah.
I'm just going to touch on it.
So that's why it's better for you to say something.
Yeah.
Than using this piece.
Yeah. Okay. That's okay. Yeah. Okay.
Even though you touch it, just touch it real lightly.
This is going to be what I told you before. Those two exercises, and that this has to be researched, and it's not going to be part of this film.
Okay.
But just to bring,
just like what I said about the Playboy, take it all out.
Right.
But it's true. I did read the article.
Right.
You're the penthouse of Playboy.
Yeah. Okay.
It talks about holding your piss too.
Right. Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else you wanna can you think of? I think you pretty much covered it. There's always
Yeah,
something
you don't want to
later.
you don't want to be repetitious. I think
Right.
I try to say the important piece and
Mhm.
and cover it,
Yeah.
and not to keep going back to it.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I think we've done.
you just want to make sure you accomplish your objective. You know,
Yeah.
I'll do whatever you want. But
No, I think this is it. We got a couple minutes there. Let's just get us both in there and say hello.
now
Hi, Mom.
Now this is the last of Mohegans. You know, we're the one who carried his fucking root.
You know, that's true. I mean, I don't know anybody besides, there's you, me, and that fella named Larry.
Yeah, because Larry, I don't know where he is. I always like to test Larry out to see what he got. You know.
Yeah.
You know, and I really want to talk to Larry to find out does he share the same experience as me.
Right.
You know, but guy never returned my call.
Yeah.
So because I want to validate,
Yeah.
not just through myself but other people.
Right.
You know.
Well, I think that you and me, we just validate between each other.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
but be nice to have more people say yeah. You know. But if I ever find that book, I'll get you a copy. I'll make a copy for you.
Yeah.
You know.
I would really little.
But I tell you, I do a style called Wing Chun Kung Fu, right?
Yeah.
Do you know that I got a DVD from the master who just made it in Hong Kong, explain the whole style?
Uh-huh.
Awesome.
Wow.
He's 70 years old, you know, you want to make sure that what he got passed on because he's the only guy left of all the faith.
Who is this? What's his name?
Yip Man is the guy who
Right.
came from China. He brought Wing Chun to Hong Kong.
Right.
And that's how it got famous, Bruce Lee and
Right.
everything, right? He taught 3 students, and one of them had already died. He happened to be my grand instructor.
Uh-huh.
My instructor took it from him. And then another guy, he's kind of on wheelchair now, he doesn't do anything. But the third guy, his last name is Chiu, you know, and he's the guy who made the DVDs. But it's all in Chinese, you know?
Right.
But he talked about the mind, how to use the mind and everything. The angle, you say this is supposed to be not power. You say you're not supposed to use any power,
Right.
force. But how can you not have force? And that's from the training, to develop that force, That was quite good. I've been watching it quite a bit.
Wow, that's terrific.
But yeah, it's gonna be good when you finish. I think you put so much energy in, you have the connection. I think
it's going to
be
work.
a great product.
Yeah, I think it's.
ฮัลโหลสวัสดีครับวันนี้ผมโชคดีอีกครั้งหนึ่งที่มิสเตอร์ลุยส์ได้มาอัดวิดีโอเกี่ยวกับวิถีชีวิตของผมมีหลักดำเนินชีวิตอยู่ที่สำคัญอยู่5ข้อที่1สำคัญที่สุดก็คือจะต้องมีครอบครัวอบอุ่นมีเป็นพ่อเป็นภรรยาเป็นลูกต้องเข้าใจกันข้อที่2สำคัญที่สุดอีกข้อที่2ก็คือต้องมีสุขภาพดีแข็งแรงสามารถไปไหนได้ด้วยตัวเองออกกำลังกายทุกวันข้อที่3จะ ต้องมีเสรีภาพที่จะเลือกทำกิจกรรมในแต่ละวันที่พอเหมาะกับตัวเอง รู้จักการปฏิเสธเมื่อไม่ทำอะไรก็ตามที่เราไม่ชื่นชอบไม่ต้องเกรงใจเกรงใจไม่ต้องเกรงใจข้อที่4จะต้องมีเพื่อนดีทุกวันต้องหน้าตายิ้มแย้มแจ่มใสเพราะว่าการมีเพื่อนดีการที่ต้องยิ้มแย้มทุกวันนั้นมันเป็นพลังพิเศษที่บวกให้เรามีความสุขความสุขทั้งภายในและภายนอกมีความสุขและข้อที่4นอกจากมีสุขแล้วเราก็จะต้องมีฐานะทางการเงินที่มั่นคงถ้าเรามีทั้ง4ข้อแรกและข้อสุดท้ายไม่มีทำอะไรก็ไม่สำเร็จเงินสำคัญเงินจำเป็นแต่ไม่สำคัญที่สุดเพราะฉะนั้นผมเอาไว้ข้อสุดท้ายท่านที่เคารพครับหลักวิถีชีวิต5ข้อเนี่ยถ้าท่านทำได้ตามนี้ท่านจะเอาข้อไหนขึ้นก่อนก็แล้วแต่อัธยาศัยของท่านผมเรียง5ข้อตามความอัธยาศัยของผมที่ผมชอบแต่ถ้าท่านอยากจะมีความสุขเอาข้อไหนขึ้นก่อนก็ได้เช่นมิสเตอร์ลุยส์อาจจะข้อ1ขึ้นต้นก็ได้คือเงินแต่ผมไม่ใช่ผมว่าข้อสุดท้ายขอให้ท่านโชคดีทุกคนครับสวัสดีครับ
โอเคถามว่าชื่ออย่างไงคะใคร
ชื่อป้านอม
ชื่อป้านอม she's helping us to clean the park every day
3 คน
3 คน
Okay, ภาษาไทย
ป้านอม
ที่สุภาก็ได้ป้านอมก็
ป้า
ได้
นอมทำความสะอาดที่นี่ทุกวันมีทั้งหมดอยู่3 คน
Okay, how long has she worked here?
ป้านอมมีอาการที่นี่มาเมื่อไรยังคะ
ก็แต่ก่อนทำที่ก็ได้จะ3 เดือนนะ
3 เดือน
Okay, ขอบคุณมากครับ
ขอบคุณป้านอม
เจ้า